Good evening. My name is Michael Muddett. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the Inland Wetlands Commission for the town of Monroe. Today's date is June 14th. The time is 7:05. The first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First, I'd like to introduce the members of the commission and the staff present tonight. Starting at my far right, we have our new commissioner, Jeffrey Shamas, who is a certified soil scientist and ecologist, and also a professional wetland scientist. To his left, I have Ross Mastroraco. I'm Michael Muddett, I'm the chairman. To my left is Jason Grady, our vice chairman. To his left is Lois Spence, our secretary. To her left is Donna Straczynski, our inland wetlands and land use coordinator. To her left is Scott Schatzline, our town engineer and land use director, who's a professional engineer and also our inland wetlands agent. And up front, we have Rebecca Wood, who is our recording secretary. Before we start, I'd like to read our mission statement and how the meeting will proceed. The objective and purpose of the Inland Wetlands Commission is to provide for the overall protection and preservation of the inland wetland watercourses within the town of Monroe. In the normal course of our meetings, we'll have public hearings and other applications. The protocol for public hearings is to have the applicant make a representation or presentation to the commission, during which and after which the commission will be asking for the applicant questions. The commission will then review town staff and other independent comments. The meeting will be opened up to the public for comment. I will ask that all comments be made to the chair of the commission, and all comments be kept all comments pro, opposition, and general nature be made about in regards to the wetlands. The applicant will have an opportunity to respond. It's not necessary for the applicant to respond, but generally in their best interest to do so. There'll be no further opportunity for new questions unless new material is entered into evidence or testimony during their response. Please keep any and all comments pro, con, specific to wetlands related matters. Other applications that do not involve public hearing will follow a similar format, except there will be no time for public comment. The meeting follows our published agenda unless otherwise amended. Are there any changes to our agenda tonight?
Yes, there are. First up, under general public participation, we have Garrett Calker, who is here to present a proposed Eagle Scout project. Under application hearing determination, this 178 Main Street, which is listed as IWC 2017-09, was a previous application at the last meeting, and it was found out it was here as an amendment, so now it's here. It was found out that the application had lapsed, so they need to put in a new application. So the previous one was IWC 2016-02-A1. We received a letter of withdrawal for that, which you did receive in your packets. Also, under regulated activities, item 4B, under public hearings, the last item, IWC 2017-06, is no longer a regular application. It's actually a remediation to a violation. The number should be IWV 2017-08. Under item 10, inland wetland agent activities reports. Item B, agent approvals. There were 3 resolved agent approvals that are being added. IAA 2015-27, 60 Stonewall Lane, IAA 2017-03, which is 571 Pepper Street, and IAA 2017-08, 38 Norr Road. Those are currently all the changes that I have. Scott, do you have anything?
Yeah, actually, I have 2 items I'm adding to section 9B. Administrative review and enforcement issues, just some minor things I need some clarification on. One is 54 Wild Horse Court, and the other is 38 Webster.
Okay, so that's 11B, right?
I'm sorry, did I say 9?
You did.
No.
All right.
And what was the other?
54 Wild Horse.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the minutes of May 27th, 2017. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve with additions.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Lois, with your
The
additions.
addition is that there's an omission of the rest of a bullet. Actually, I talked to Rebecca about it, and she's not really sure what happened there. So on page 5 of 8, almost halfway down the page underneath IWB 2016-11, 27 Dogwood Road, the last bullet is missing the last half of the sentence, so it doesn't say anything yet.
Oh, okay, so I'll listen
Okay,
to the
so there-
tape,
Yeah,
we'll listen to the recording and add that.
so I don't know if we can
You really
approve these
shouldn't-
without the
You
information.
shouldn't vote
Right.
on it.
So
Okay,
it's then
so-
we should table these.
All right, motion to table.
So moved.
For a second.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Minutes will be tabled to the next meeting. Okay, the next item on the agenda is general public participation. This time of the meeting is for anybody who'd like to speak to the commission on wetlands-related topics that are not currently on the agenda tonight, as if they're on the agenda tonight, they'll have time to speak during those items. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to the, under general public participation tonight?
Garrett, that's you, you're up.
You are D1.
Garrett,
My name's Gary
Garrett, why don't you come over to the podium?
Yep, just need it for the recording.
State your name and your address, please.
Hi, my name's Garrett Calker. I live at 33 Rockwood Lane, Monroe, Connecticut. First, I'd like to say thank you for taking the time out of your meeting to listen to me and my presentation. So, I would like to pass these around to you. They're basically a bunch of pictures to help me explain my project to you, and so you guys can get a better idea of it.
I actually have had your photos uploaded, they're up here on the wall if you
But
wanna.
if you want to give your
Right,
copies to
yes.
Rebecca, she'll distribute them also.
Yep, so if you hand them to Rebecca, she'll
Thank
pass
you.
them over. There's a mouse right on the, next to the computer,
Okay.
and that will control the laptop up there, so those are
If-
your photos.
Before I get into all my photos, I would like to first give like a general idea of what my project is. So I'm sure many of you have gone on that trail that goes from Wolf Park to Great Hollow Lake, right? And it kind of leads you down to the Sow Stream, and there's a wooden bridge across it that you have to go over, and you end up at Great Hollow Lake, right? That bridge is structurally unsound, and it also does not allow for lawnmowers and buggies to cross it, leading to an environmental hazard, because when Parks and Rec does try to cross that stream, which they do, with lawnmowers, there's a risk of oil contamination of the water, which is a major problem that we as a town have not addressed. And I would like to address my project. So basically what my project is I would like to build another more structurally sound and larger bridge for this purpose. It would be safer, and it would allow Parks and Rec to move lawnmowers and buggies across the stream without having that environmental hazard. So I'm gonna move into
Can
my.
I just clarify something? I spoke with your dad, what's your first name?
William.
William. Had a lengthy conversation with you, and I thought this proposal was abandoned, and you were coming in with something, you were talking about something else, where you were crossing a wetland area with a, I mean, there are a huge number of issues with building a bridge across a river.
It's not a river. It's a distributary.
You're talking about the Pequannock here, where the.
That's not the Pequannock, that's a distributary off of the.
Presentation, not the Pequannock, and I did contact FEMA, and they basically said for this particular project, since it does not, in their opinion, or my opinion, or their opinion, or mutual opinion, it did not increase the footprint of the floodplain, or the width, the size, or the elevation, that they did not consider their jurisdiction. It was strictly a local building official, or a local building concern.
Well,
And,
it's a local, the floodplain's regulated by the town.
That's
a local.
referring to you, yes.
Right, so there's a town floodplain, but it's unfortunate because I had this conversation with you, and there's a lot that would go into this to build a bridge. And I guess you can give the presentation, but there's a lot more to this than just the Wetlands
Well,
Commission. So
And
We-
this
we
is
could
just
have-
a
we could talk off,
determination.
we could talk offline on that. It's just, I didn't want to waste your time and.
Well, we're here, you know, and we were told, believe me, I expressed your concerns to people, that there were issues that were concerned to you. It did not, and according to, and I have a locked conversation with FEMA in Boston on this very subject, that their opinion was that this was not their jurisdiction. So I expressed that to people, and they said, we should at least talk about it.
These
And
are
obviously,
comments
I
of the
have no idea where
commission.
this is gonna go.
Get your feedback.
Okay, but that's the reason we're here, that just to make a presentation, and wherever you guys decide to take it, is where we go.
Okay, there you go, Garrett, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so this is a picture of Great Hollow Lake. If you notice from, you're gonna have to switch to about the,
This, could I just interject here?
to
He
the
needs to do
seventh
Okay,
this.
come up to the podium.
You know, this is not, the flash drive you should be putting in there. These are not the
Yeah, I
files.
thought, because I
That's not
thought I
files
set
you
it up
have.
differently, but
Yeah, okay, we'll do your thing.
I guess this one works too.
Okay.
Okay, so if you flip to page 7, this is a picture of Great Hollow Lake. If you look at, so where my mouse is basically around where my bridge is gonna be. There's a distributary from the Paquonic River, which is around here, that flows into the Great Hollow Lake around here. The distributary flows off of the Paquonic and down this way. And so my bridge is gonna be up here, and I'm sure many of you guys have walked around the lake and gone past that steel bridge, right, which is about here. So this picture is just to give you a basic idea of where my project is gonna be. So we're gonna have to work off this flash drive. I don't have it set up too well. I had another flash drive which was set up better, but I think
Do you have it with you?
did I give it to you? Or?
Well, I'm surprised that, okay.
You're more than welcome to put it in there. I just took what you had emailed me.
Okay. This should be the flash drive. If you take that one out, I'm surprised.
There's another one.
There's
I'm
another-
amazed that that's doing that thing. Let me see what I can do here. Well, you get me
Which
into.
is just one of my pictures, so
Mhm.
might as well cover that while it's up.
Okay, let me see where your PC is.
Open files to you.
You got it? He's better with computers.
Oh.
No, I don't have it.
Just get me into the flash drive.
Do you?
Well, it's their system, so I don't know.
No, we'll just work off of this other flash
No,
drive,
let's-
'cause
let's-
I don't know what you did.
There's
with
gotta
the
be a
flash
my
drives.
PC on here somewhere. Okay, I got it, my computer, then we're going to removable drive. Let's go to the file that says, so there should start, there you go. Here you go, they're numbered sequentially, okay, there you go.
Oh, okay, so this was the correct flash drive. I think you took my sheet.
Did I? Yes, I did.
Okay.
We don't do this very often.
So,
It's
page
a
one.
nice
You're doing great,
learning
Garrett. Come on,
experience.
you got it. Don't worry about it. You're doing great.
Okay, so page 1 of the packet, this is the flash drive I didn't mean to show you. So that's basically me. I thought that some of you might have been concerned if the flooding might have or pose some sort of threat to this bridge project, which I am proposing. This is just to demonstrate that it's not true. This project was basically suggested to me by Ranger Dave, and he said that this is basically the highest amount of flooding you get in any time of the year in this little stream, which is fairly shallow. As you can see, it only goes up to my ankles. It's really shallow. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. Just to give you more of a basic idea, in case you have not seen this bridge before, my second picture shows the water, if you look upstream, flowing down over or under the bridge. That's the stream downstream. If you go far enough, that's actually going to turn into a section of marshland. It's that shallow. and then it will return to a little bit of a stream. It's really not a lot of water, but enough that you might want to have a bridge or something to keep oil from contaminating it and getting into the lake. And this is a flood map. So this is actually a Zone A flood area, which basically means there's a 1% chance of annual flooding, along with if there is any flooding, it's minimal. So this area right here gives you an idea of how much flooding really would be, or that would pose a risk to this bridge. This light area over here is about as much as you're gonna get. There's no real concern with flooding that might damage the bridge or wash it away or any of that type of stuff. So it's pretty safe. And there's a few more pictures that if you look through your packet, you can see of the bridge and on the left side and on the right side. Yeah, this next one is actually pretty interesting because as you can see, this older bridge has 2 concrete blocks that hold it up on each side. If I were to build a bridge right next to it, the concrete blocks would be placed so the old ones would actually protect the new one from any erosion that would occur during a major storm that would wash around them. So it would actually, the old structure protects the new structure if we are allowed to build it. Again, this next picture, in addition to showing those concrete blocks, you can also see several rocks under the bridge. The reason those rocks are there is because Parks and Rec put them there in order to impede flow so they could move lawnmowers across the river or across the stream. That's one of the problems I'm hoping to address so they won't have to do that and risk the contamination of the lake. Okay, and the rest of it, if you just look through, it gives you more of a general idea of what my project is about and where it is. I think number 9, actually, if I have this, yep. Here we go. So the Reclonic River, as I said, is this right here, and it flows into the lake right about here. The steel bridge is right here, and so the distributary that I'm talking about crossing over breaks off around here and kind of follows this path down towards the steel bridge. So we're not actually crossing the Reclonic River, but we're crossing a distributary off of the Reclonic River, which eliminates a lot of the processes that we would have to go through with FEMA and restrictions we would have to deal with if it was the Reclonic River. And then I have some pictures that were put together that kind of explain the bridge plan. Now, I'm not an engineer. My father is a structural engineer, so for this project, I'm deferring to him for structural advice and help create the structural plan. So if you have any questions based on engineering, I would have to let you defer to my father to answer those questions because he is the expert on that. So, but here are some pictures if you are interested of seeing the bridge. You can see a full picture of it on your packet, but
It's rotated all right.
yeah, I can't rotate it. I mean, well, you probably could. I just don't know how to. But.
It's in your pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And then the picture after that is just another one of these that kind of explains the bridge.
So Garrett was into the office and there was a lot of talk about what he would need to do for his Eagle Scout project. And because it was going over water, we told him that the best thing to do would come before the commission and get their guidance on this, whether you thought this was a viable project or if there were things that he would need to do. I will note that he has some time, correct, before it's not something that has to be done this year, but he's starting the process early. So he's looking for input and guidance. No actual application is.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, because it is a crossing of a wetlands, I mean, I would think we definitely at least need an application. I'm sure there's other Town hall either permits, I'm sure the building department would be involved because it is a structure and other things like that. I think Scott would probably be the best person to guide you on what parts of town hall need to be involved in this process. I would not say it's an unviable project, I just think it has to go through all of the processes in town before we say it, or say it can be, so. Scott, do you have any other input on that?
Not that I want to discuss at this point.
Okay.
I'll deal with it offline.
How far along in your Eagle process, man?
On my Eagle process, so as in the project. Okay, so,
No, your whole process, so you gotta do the whole, if I remember correctly, from more years ago than I can remember, it's a process, right? So you,
yeah, the project
just a
process.
project, what else you doing?
Oh, no, I mean, like, there's a whole bunch of other requirements,
Right.
but
Are
I don't
you
think
on
you're
your way
want to hear
there?
about that right now.
Okay, so you wanna do the project first? This sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this sounds like it's gonna be a bit of a process.
Yes, so we got it approved by Parks and Rec by, what's his name? Frank Cooper. So we have that down. I have been covering the steps with Barbara Farr. He was helping me get through this process, all those different people who need to have its approval. And I have the plan for how to build the bridge, and I have several people recruited who would help me build the bridge if this was accepted. But that is about where I am with the project. So I have taken measurements, I looked at it. All I have to do is get approval to build it, and I'm good, so.
Could I add something?
Yes, but please come up to the podium so we can hear
The records, it's gotta be
This is
recorded.
This is
For the record.
engineering related and political, as much as it is anything else. This is much larger than your typical Eagle project would be, okay? And I contacted the BSA Yankee Council in Milford to discuss this with them, because I realized that this is much larger, and it goes way beyond the time that he could put in the time he has, that he runs out of time, he ages out. They said that it is typical, if a project is of this magnitude, and obviously if they think it's appropriate, that he could limit the scope of his project to what he could do within the Eagle, the definition of what an Eagle project is, okay? So basically, in the way we're anticipating the project would go, we talked about it. And this is an engineering-related issue as well as political. We would do the concrete piers, the wood frame, and we would do that within the scope of his Eagle project. At that point, I told the troop, I told our troop leader.
Okay, but in addition, give me a second.
Go ahead.
If we can finish it,
Well, that's where I'm
in the
going.
amount of time, if I can finish it, I will.
Well, let me
It's
go.
just a major project. So
He
it's
would
not-
like to do it, but I think he does, I think he diminishes the job size that this is. But what I told him is I would finance the completion of the project outside of his Eagle project. And I approached our scout troop, and I have no problem with, he has got kids from his school, and we can approach other scouts, troops in town, and I know a few people that work for those scout troops. And the fact that this is something good for the town is replacing a structurally deficient bridge. It is addressing a potential environmental hazard in terms of, and I was told this, that the lawnmowers are crossing this body of water, and they're concerned about oil contamination. That I personally would finance the completion of the project, and we would go to other Boy Scout troops, if our troop doesn't want to finish it, and do what we need to do, including, because he's got a lot of kids at his school, he goes to St. Joe's, that would very welcome to volunteer for this. So we'll finish the project. But there's no problem with the BSA either piggybacking his Eagle project with another boy's Eagle project, or letting some other entity, whether it be a scout troop, a collection of scout troops, whatever, to finish the project. So we will get it done, and it's going to be no cost to the town and no cost for his troop if they decide to get involved. So this is political, and the BSA, the people in Milford, which is the Yankee Council, said they would accept this concept because they've done it before. Now, addressing some of your issues, this bridge obviously, we can look at the BFEs. This is a zone A, so there's no documented BFEs. We can elevate it a little bit if needed, okay, if that's what you want. I don't consider this, if it is diminished or destroyed or washed away, I mean, the cost of this bridge is going to be
trivial compared to what your other bridges would cost, if they are designed to meet all of the floodplain requirements. I think that would be out of the realm of what we could afford personally. Like your steel bridge is very structurally sound. I looked at it. I'm sure you're familiar with it. But we're not looking at this bridge as something that would withstand a 100-year storm, but at the cost at which it could be installed or constructed, if it did get washed away, it would have to be rebuilt. But I've got mechanisms to handle a lot of things which we can talk about, settlements, et cetera, because I was planning on putting pin joints at all the things to accommodate settlements. They're bored by that. But we could do it, and I would work with you in any way I could to make sure that we meet your requirements. But it's not going to be as good as the bridge you have that steel bridge that could probably withstand anything. It's got concrete, abutments and all sorts of things. That's not going to be that. So I realize that if you want to meet the 100-year storm to that extent, I don't expect anybody's going to be standing on this when a 100-year storm hits. It's a hiking bridge, but it will replace an obsolete and structurally, the bridge currently is 2 telephone poles.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's you shouldn't let anybody cross this thing anyway.
And it's not actually connected to its foundation. It's held down by gravity.
It-
You
it's-
could lift it. We went to the bridge and we actually lifted it up off of its foundation with a crowbar. It's that loose.
It's sitting by gravity. But I'll work with the town, and we can modify the design to accommodate, I can't pronounce your name correctly, Scott. But we'll work with you any way I can to accommodate what your needs are. But we can't probably meet everything from the strictest interpretation of the code. I probably can't meet that from a cost perspective. But it's up to you guys.
Right, I think the biggest thing is it just has to follow the same process. So, wetlands crossing is quite a significant matter, so we just want to make sure it follows all the town's, rules and regulations.
So we're
So
looking at a full application.
we would be looking at an application for a wetlands crossing, yes.
Okay,
Okay.
so there's
Okay.
your answer.
You
Take
did a
your
very
time,
good
Jack.
job with your
Thank you.
presentation.
Very good.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, good luck.
Good
Good
luck.
luck.
Keep at it.
Okay. Okay, next item on the agenda is application hearing determination, IWC 2017-09. This is 78 Main Street, Monroe Car Wash.
Thumb drive with an orange tag.
Yeah, I think I did.
I'm reporting that to the Eagle Council.
This is paving and grading in an upland review area discharge course. Okay, Scott, want to go over this
Okay,
determination? I know we went over it last time, but we probably have to go over it again.
It's a new application.
Yeah, it's a new application.
okay, I did get a chance to do my review comments, you guys should have that. So it should be in there.
I just gave them to you.
Yep.
So you may recall that this was an application that was submitted previously and was approved. The application had some conditions of the approval, and the conditions, not all the conditions were addressed within the time period, and the application lapsed. In the applicant's effort to do that, they made the determination to scale back the development. So really, the scaling back changed the application anyway. So this is a entirely new application coming in. The big difference is that the application that was previously approved included a large addition onto the existing building. They're not doing the addition anymore. They're proposing some outdoor vacuum stations for vacuuming vehicles, a parking lot to accommodate that, and parking for the facility. And they're gonna relocate the outdoor, well, it's a covered detailing area that they have, so that'll be moved around the side over where they're proposing the parking lot. So that is basically what they're up to. This is a 1 acre piece of property. There are 0.92 acres of wetlands. Upland review area is 0.514 acres. They are proposing to alter, not to alter directly the inland wetlands, but to alter 0.41 acres of upland review area. It's basically what it involves.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Are there any questions from the commission?
I have one.
Go ahead.
Scott, this is the Monroe Car Wash and Detail, is that the project that you're talking
Yes.
about? And they're saying that there's 0 direct impacts?
They're saying that there's 0 direct impacts because the proposed items go right up to the wetland line. There's a discharge that they're proposing coming from their water quality basin, which literally goes right up to the, well, actually, the discharge they're proposing does go into the wetland.
It looks like the Paquonic River, though, V's right back into where they're grading, into the basin. And there's adjacent wetlands as well.
Yeah, the basin is not in the wetland, the flagged wetlands, but right adjacent to it. If you see to the southeast corner of the basin, there's a pipe,
Yeah.
4-inch perforated drain. That pipe goes into the wetland in order to get the grade to drain. So there is a direct impact that should be reflected on the application.
No, I mean on the north end of the basin.
The north end of the basin,
You see that arrow tip that goes into the basin from the Paquonic River?
Well, that's an existing drain pipe.
yeah, there's an existing
There's
drain
an
pipe
existing-
there already.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think it's safe to say that, you know, technically it looks like there is, although their application doesn't reflect it, there is a direct impact.
And it is floodplain, and there is, yeah. Trying to think of what else there was, additional, impervious surface being added to an upland review.
I move we bring this to public hearing, and that it may be in the public interest, and there may have some impact.
Direct impact. Second. I have a motion by Lois, a second by Jason. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of public hearing, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next section on the agenda is subdivision report and recommendation to the Planning and Zoning Commission, IWC 2017-07. As with these traditionally, we do hold the regulated activities hearing at the same time, so we'll be doing that again. I've never seen that before. That's like skip you to cancel me.
I don't want to do that.
There we go. All right, Mr. Solly, if you can introduce yourself for the record.
Of course. Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Kevin Soley. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut with Soley Engineering. Office is located here on Monroe at 501 Main Street. I'm here this evening on behalf of New England Materials and the Kimball Group for the continuation of the public hearing regarding the Section 6 subdivision in the Pepper Street Business Park. At the last hearing, we went through our presentation in detail. We had to provide some revised drawings based on our response to comments. We want to give the commission adequate time to review those, which you've now had for I believe, well over a week. I'll just kind of reorient everybody, and then we did get some last-minute comments from Scott this afternoon. I think we could probably talk through many of those and really try to see if the commission has any other further comments or questions from what we talked about at the last hearing. And actually, just as a side note, I'd actually like to welcome new Commissioner Jeff Shamus to the commission. Jeff is well respected in the industry, and I think he's going to be a great addition to the commission. And I'm sure you all are very excited to have a professional up there with you. So just to orient everybody, the subject site is located as part of the Pepper Street Business Park. This aerial shows the town of Monroe. Route 25 runs north-south along the western side of town here. The business park is accessed off of Pepper Street. It's been approved over several phases since dating back to 2002. Route 25, again, runs north-south here. Pepper Street is a loop. The southern edge to the south near the intersection with Route 59, and then the northern edge of Pepper Street in this location here. So this is the overall Pepper Street Business Park. As I stated, it's been approved phases have been approved since 2002. The majority of the lots are actually either developed or currently under construction. There's actually a number of projects in the park that are currently under construction, which I think is a great testament of some of the economic development going on in town. Section 6 is located here. This project was previously approved by this commission for a 5-lot subdivision, as discussed at our last hearing. We are modifying that subdivision to accommodate some tenants who've expressed interest in the site. So this, again, zooms in. This is Enterprise Drive, which really extends to this location and ends terminus in a cul-de-sac. Timothy Hill Road, which provides access off of Garter Road, is a town road, and it currently ends here. The previous approval extended Independence Drive and actually renames Timothy Hill to Independence Drive, which provide a connection from Fan Hill through the business park, through Independence, down Enterprise, over to Pepper Street, and ultimately out to that side of town. So this map showed the previously approved subdivision. As you can see, the project did propose 2 wetland crossings in this location here, and it was designed as a 5-lot subdivision. Our current application is modifying that 5 lots to 4 lots. Both in the previous application and the current application, the project proposed full wetland crossing, so there was no direct wetland impact as part of the project. That's part of the previous approval, and it's currently proposed as part of this application as well. In addition to the wetlands, as I said, there's 2 wetland crossings here. There's some isolated wetland pockets in addition to a larger wetland corridor in this location here. There are some vernal pools which have been studied exhaustively as part of previous applications, this application, and the overall development of the park dating back to about 2002. And this shows our currently proposed subdivision road. So at this point, we can kind of run, I guess I'd ask the commission, either we can run through Scott's comments, or we can see if any commission members have any follow-up questions after having a little bit more time to kind of dig through the application materials.
No, let's go through Scott's comment.
Perfect, all right, so we'll just go, so Scott issued comments this afternoon, so if you guys have those in front of you, what I'll do is I'll just kind of run through those. For comments on page 1, informative, the application is a revised version of the previously approved re-subdivision. There's a bond posted. Per statute, the site work associated with that previously approved application is underway. We provided some pictures at the last hearing showing a lot of the soil erosion sediment control measures that have been put in place. Number 3, there's a considerable disturbance within the property from regulated areas from ATV use. We've talked about that at length during the last application. In this application, there's kind of been ongoing trespass in this area from people unknown to us who kind of come on and drive ATVs through the wetlands and the actual development of this road should really be a hindrance and stop that from happening, as this area will no longer be kind of recreational for people who like to trespass. On page 2B, administrative, one, the dates listed on the cover sheet need to be revised to match the individual sheets. We can certainly do that. That was just a minor housekeeping item. Number 3, the commission needs to determine if reestablishment of flagging throughout the entire property is needed or just in the areas of disturbance. Also is an updated soils report and respective sketch needed from the one provided. Again, as discussed at the last hearing, we feel that the previous approval, the wetland delineations have been looked at exhaustively, and we feel that what we're proposing, again, doesn't have any direct wetland impact, so we're requesting not to have to reflag the wetlands from what was used as part of the previous applications. Number 4, a report from the health department needs to be provided. The health department did issue a report. I did bring copies for the commission, basically saying that the on-site soils have been tested and they're suitable for on-site septic disposal. I don't know if that's already in the record, or if you want me to give this to...
Yeah, I'm wondering if did he not give it to us?
That would certainly be...
When?
He emailed that this afternoon.
Okay, because I talked to him this morning.
Yeah, they probably, and we
he
called
said
him
he
this
didn't-
morning too, so
He
it
didn't
was...
have it this morning, so it's just I didn't get it.
Yeah. Coming at him from all angles sometimes gets the
Yep.
results you look for, so.
That's good, okay.
So that item's been addressed. Number 7, the current bonding for the above referenced previous inland wetlands approval can be released upon posting of a new bond for this application. Just to touch on that, and Scott and I didn't get a chance to discuss, there's currently a $75,000 bond posted for wetlands related site stabilization and restoration for the previously approved application. Scott's established a new wetland bond of $115,000. We feel that the $75,000 bond amount is sufficient for what we're dealing with. And I don't know if, Scott, you want to talk about what your position is as to why that bond needs to be increased by $40,000.
You got the bond estimate, right?
I don't remember seeing it. That's kind of why I'm asking the question.
Well, sometimes you have to scroll down on the comment. I think that the comment, I thought I put it in the.
It wasn't attached to this last set, so I'm just curious
Yeah, 'cause
why
I-
the increase from 75 to 115.
I thought I had given that to you, so I'll have to look and get you an answer either now or later, so.
Okay, so we'll keep going, and maybe we can come back to that. C, still on page 2, technical. Number 1, the survey should indicate current locations of wooded areas. We did, in our response to comments, provided a figure which provided an overlay of the previously approved limits of disturbance and the currently proposed limits of disturbance.
Did anybody else get that? Because I don't have that.
It was figure
The overlay?
6. Yeah.
And figure 6,
It was
was
a-
it
it was a-
attached to the plan set?
No, I believe it was attached to the
It was
the
a letter.
Yes, it was attached to the letter, that's correct. Now, one of the things that we talked about at the last hearing is obviously we as the site's been cleared as part of the previously approved subdivision, which the developer is certainly within his rights to do, what we did as part of, one of the things we discussed at length at the last hearing was this temporary access road that we've established that can be used during construction as part of the earthwork operation. And what we identified and demonstrated was that line, this actually shows just another overlay, the black is what was previously approved and the red is what is currently approved. So one of the things that we looked at was we had a temporary access drive kind of coming through the wetlands in this location here. And what we did is we went out and we took some measurements from wetland flags and things like that. And actually that is still in the same location. So the actual limit of disturbance that's out there is within the same previously approved limit of disturbance from the wetland area through here. Again, we didn't want to go resurvey this area just because we didn't, we kind of talked about it at length and we didn't feel that was necessarily appropriate since again, he's able to operate within his previous approval, but this is generally consistent with what the current limit of disturbance is, and we were able to keep that temporary access drive to the north of the proposed road, so it kind of works within the same area. So none of this area has been disturbed yet, because obviously we're not through that approval process yet. I think as you get further into the property, again, based on our general observation, we think it's generally consistent with here. It may have come a little bit further into this location here, but there won't be any, further, and that was just really for cutting of the trees. There wouldn't be any other further disturbance or excavation until, you know, outside of what the previously approved limits were until it goes through the proper permitting process.
Kevin, while you're on that, your question, I sent you the bond estimate, not this last time, but the previous time. And the reason it went up is because you've got 187,750 square feet of disturbed area, and I calculated there's 300,000, but the area is greater than was originally, than what you have there. That's why my number's higher. And what I did was I measured the limits of the LOD line within the regulated area.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we can check on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, generally, again, this is the only,
You know,
because of the,
if we move forward with an application and the bond, you know, we get together and there's a bust in the measurement or something, I mean, we could always adjust the bond afterward. I just come back quickly to the commission.
I think that's perfectly reasonable. I think we can work on that. We can work through that as part of the, That's
Anyway,
fine.
that's what I have. I
Okay.
got 300,000.
I mean, we obviously took it based on, you know, through AutoCAD to determine what those limits were, but maybe it's a cross-check on both sides so we can verify what that actually
Yeah, I mean,
is.
I don't use AutoCAD, I just quickly scale
Of course.
and box it out. But
Yep.
that's what I had come up with.
We can refine that. I think we can work together on that without any
Sure.
issue. C2, grading. Grading within the access drive to Water Quality Basin 3 should be revised to a flatter slope. We can certainly work with Scott to do that as part of it. 2B, also the missing 458 contour near sedimentation trap 2. Again, something we can work through with Scott. Grading C, or 2C, excuse me, the pinch point at vernal pool 6 should be noted and discussed. This has to do with the potential site development plans. I mean, again, we went through this at the last hearing, and we can run through that again now, because we do have it in here. I believe that's the one up in this location here. Again, we provide a potential development plan because it's required as part of the planning and zoning application process. What this application is for is really for the subdivision road. So we feel that any potential impacts from a site development standpoint really need to be handled with as part of the individual lot developments, and I think we talked about that at the last hearing.
Just a clarification on that. Actually, that's not the case. This application, there's two. One of them is the subdivision referral.
Yep.
And it's the commission's, the commission needs to evaluate the lots as they, relative to the impact on wetlands.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're asking for, what's asked for is a potential development plan for them to evaluate whether the lot is appropriate or not. So depending upon what you show them, they may ask that the lot be changed to different size, as part of the process. So when I saw that the lot is like so maxed out, you know, that may be an issue for them that they need to work their way through. So, and one of the reasons I'm bringing this up is because when you come in with the individual site development plan, this potential development plan ends up being a alternative that's discussed. So usually the potential development plan shows shows that the lot is developable within a safety factor, within that it's usually not shown that you have to max out a lot to develop it. And that's what I was referring to, that you just want to be careful about that, because you can back yourself into a corner too by doing that, and then you come to the individual lot development and may have problems as a result. So that's an important role that the commission plays right now. They're not just looking at regulated activity for the road. They're looking at, are these lots appropriate relative to potential impact on wetlands? So you got to talk about that a little bit. That's what I was referring to. I don't know if the commission has any questions about that part of the process. We've been through that before.
Well, I mean, you know, I think as we've talked at length, you know, we are not ones to, I'm certain the commission has possibly seen applications before where they show a subdivision plan and they show potential lot development, and it's far different than what's actually brought in. So,
Always.
right, so what we tried to do is we actually demonstrated some potential development plans based on some actual projects that may be coming in. Now, I understand Scott's position. We feel that this would be something we'd work through as an individual application process. And again, for some of the lots that we're talking about, specifically the one by Vernal Pool 6, that's a 10.7 acre lot that we're proposing. So from a lot development standpoint, it far exceeds the minimum 3 acre minimum. Yes, we are showing a potential development of again, as we've discussed at the last hearing, this is based on an application that would come before the commission, so we certainly would be interested in hearing of this, but this is actually a potential tenant for a soccer facility, and in terms of environmental impact, we're not proposing something that's a 100,000 square foot industrial building with parking all the way up to the wetlands. This is something that is a little bit environmentally sensitive in terms of stormwater runoff, et cetera, things like that. So we do think that this is something that's could be worked within the confines of the wetland regulations, and we do feel that we have and will implement a number of best management practices into that specific site plan application. But from an overall application process and subdivision referral and regulated activity, again, the actual regulated activity we're looking at is for the work associated with the road itself. But again, I guess, and we're happy to talk in more with the commission if there are specific comments, questions, or concerns regarding that.
So in your reply to some of Scott's comments, you did mention that the potential lot, the proposed potential, don't know if that's the right wording for it,
Yeah.
Development for lot 30 could be treated by hydrodynamic separated and routed through a swale. So
Yes.
it's your testimony here today too that can be treated and within that space of in that proposed development.
Yes.
Okay.
Following up on that, I feel that this potential development on Lot 30 is far too intensive for the size of the lot and for its proximity to wetlands. You did, on this plan, appear to stay out of the envelope of the pool, which is tiny compared to the overall size of the wetland, which you come right up to the edge of with the development. And it appears to me that approximately 90% of it has been disturbed, which is a great deal of property. I would like to see a lot more buffer and a lot more buffer around whatever development you're going to have. And that applies for whatever lot we're working on. There needs to be adequate buffer around everything so that we have very few tier 1 pools left in town. And these are among them. We really need to do everything we can to protect them from whatever is going to happen. And taking away 90% of the upland is not going to be good for the long-term health of the vernal pool or the wetland itself, in my estimation, and in what Calhoun and Clemens say in 2002 in their best management practices book. So just as an aside, it might be difficult to approve a lot like that if that were brought in as is.
Okay,
Comment.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Did you want to finish with Scott's comments?
Sure. Yeah, I figure we go through all of them and then we come back.
We
Then we'll come
get
back,
kind of
yeah.
Wonderful.
sidetracked.
Sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. Number 4, additional detailed and updated information relative to the referenced hydrologic and other changes to vernal pool 2 should be provided in an effort to avoid a similar impact to other vernal pools from this proposal. And again, I believe that's referenced in the memo from Environmental Planning Services from 2002. As we discussed at the last hearing, the hydrology associated with these vernal pools are not impacted as part of this application. There is the drainage area for the road actually goes to the north, not to the south. And what happened for any impacts to Vernal Pool 2, which is located here, is off of the property that's subject to the current application. It had to do with other previous applications and approvals that were done as part of another project. I can assure you that any projects coming forward are going to be paying very close attention to the hydraulic contributing area to these wetlands and vernal pools, and those will be maintained in accordance with as many other best management practices that can be implemented as part of these applications. Number 5, completion for the referenced full best development practices analysis of the landscape conditions surrounding the vernal pool should be a consideration. Again, for what we're proposing as part of the regulated activity with the road, we feel, we've kind of addressed, and Bill Kenny kind of addressed that at length at the last hearing. Obviously any individual lot developments are gonna have to kind of go through that best development practice checklist and incorporate as many as those as we can. Number 6, drainage. Test pits in the vicinity of water quality basin 1 should be provided. Scott, we actually provided test pit logs as part of our response to comments. What I realized is that we didn't actually show where the test pits were.
Okay, yeah, 'cause
No,
I
we provided the
couldn't
logs,
find anything.
but we did, 601, 602, and 603 were all located within the water
Oh,
quality
okay,
basin.
because
So,
they weren't on the.
and I realized that after the fact that we didn't actually show them on the plan, but they are in those locations, so.
The biggest thing that I was kind of questioning was TP 603.
Yes,
Well, you got 3312, see 3312 down below?
yes,
You had that one on there, and you went down to 20, I think it was 20 or 28 inches, and you hit ledge. So if you're hitting ledge at 28 inches, at that elevation, the bottom of your basin is way below that.
yes, so actually what we're gonna do is we're gonna incorporate a drain to allow this to fully drain out.
Okay, and that's what I'm
And
getting at.
and that's something that we can work with you to provide
Okay,
that, and that was,
because the way
yeah.
it is now, it's just like a big.
That was your comment 6B, so we can incorporate that, because yes, we would be excavating that in rock, so we would be providing a drain to make sure that can fully sufficiently drain. 6C, the proposed drainage area plans utilized for the calculations of areas of impervious coverage for calculation of the water quality volume should include the plans and areas of impervious coverage associated with the potential site development of the individual lots, and then provides data revisions in the final engineering report. We did provide that, as we talked about at the last hearing.
Yeah, I'm just
Individual
talking
lot,
about
right.
following up on your comments. Just
Of course,
putting
yeah.
that data in the
Yep.
report.
So we can work with Scott on that. Number 7, the plan should include the relocation of stone walls. We did provide that on the 2.10, or the 4.10, excuse me. We can put that on the grading plan as well to work on
Yeah, it was a
the
little
precise
hard to
locations of that.
follow.
Number 9, an approval should be contingent on follow-up reporting and verification relative to plant survival and removal control of invasive species for all plantings within regulated areas. We're certainly happy to comply with that requirement as we have on other applications. And then considerations for referral comments. The commission should consider a comment to the Planning and Zoning Commission relative to the reduced roadway width. We're proposing a 32-foot wide road, which is consistent with what was previously approved for this project, versus the 36-foot for commercial roads. And Planning and Zoning didn't have an issue with that last time. Wetlands provided a positive referral, so we'd like to do that again with this. Number 2, the commission should comment about pedestrian sidewalks, which would result in a larger development footprint. Again, we're proposing no sidewalks. The Planning and Zoning Commission didn't require sidewalks as part of the previous application, so that's the path we'd like to go. Number 3, the commission should comment about the shifted road location and the configuration of the lots relative to potential impacts to wetlands. Note that if any changes in layout are desired, they should be discussed during this application in an attempt to address this issue if applicable prior to the P&Z hearing. I think we've kind of talked through that, and Lois, I do hear your comments, and I appreciate them, and we'll certainly work towards addressing those. And then the subdivision plan should include a note referencing the wetlands application and indicating that there shall be no tree cutting, clearing, grubbing, or other grading of any regulated areas within lots and or beyond the approved limits of disturbance. Again, this is something that we typically provide on our survey, and we would do so for this application as well. So questions and comments from the commission?
First of
told, you need a cup of coffee because you're not speaking quickly enough. Oh, my gosh.
I think that was sarcasm.
Must be a ball game, isn't it?
You do get it all in there.
Yeah, he does. Not all in here. Lots of questions. Would you please go through your photos?
Sure.
And give us some orientation as to where we are.
Sure.
Where are the, well, I don't want, yeah, that one and some of the other actual photos of the site. Where are the wetlands?
So the wetland corridor is here, protected by silt fence and hay bales. This is one of the approved crane mat wetland crossings.
How can you say that there's no direct impact to the wetlands when you put logs in it?
This was approved as part of the previous
Okay, but
application.
it's still a direct impact.
It's a temporary impact.
It's still a direct impact.
It's temporary though.
Well,
And I
we're
mean,
all arguing adjectives, but it is a direct impact, whether it be terms of temporary or permanent.
my apologies if I've mischaracterized. There's no permanent direct wetland impact. There are temporary impacts as part of site construction, again, which was previously approved. The work that's being completed is being done in accordance with the previous approvals. Developer's within his right to do this work. I just wanted to simply show that some of the SEC measures that have been employed are working, and there are protection measures in place.
Were there any trees taken out of the wetland area? Because I don't remember, I've walked that site before and I don't remember it being that bare ever.
No more other than what was approved on the previous application,
So there were trees taken out of the wetlands.
which were approved as part of the previous
Okay,
application.
we're just.
Yes, yes,
I start the sentence, you finish it.
sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Related to some of the comments, direct or indirect, temporary impacts. The permit that was previously issued where you had gone in and cleared through the wetlands, created the, I guess, a proposed temporary access road.
Correct.
So the wetlands were essentially clear cut in what I'm calling Wetland 1, which would be closest to the terminus of Independence Drive. Wetland, the linear corridor, then to the east of that, okay, is that one. So the forested wetland that existed no longer exists. It's basically an emergent type of wetland system. There's been the tree cutting, there's been some stump removals, there's been some grading in there, some pockets of open water. Some of it's a little, as far as stabilization goes, could probably be better. But I think overall, if we're talking about looking at the existing conditions, what's out there now, talking about a proposed new alignment, I think what's missing is a wetland restoration plan that would say, okay, we have temporary impacts, but those are only temporary if they're not restored. So if there's no restoration plan, we don't have anything to kind of go by. And I looked through the application material that was submitted. If I missed it, apologize, but I don't think I saw it.
No, I think that's actually a very fair point and completely reasonable. We obviously do have a planting plan, and we
Yes.
do have, we do provide wetland buffer plantings and wetland plantings within some of the detention basins and things like that. And our temporary access was proposed as part of our soil erosion application. So I certainly think that's a reasonable request, and we can actually incorporate and add some additional wetland restoration plantings in those areas of the temporary disturbance. And I actually am a little upset that we didn't include that in our application. So I think that's a great recommendation, and we can certainly agree to do that.
Okay.
Hey, Kevin, can you put up figure 6? Do you have figure 6? Because that would show, like if you look at the.
I don't think I have it, actually.
Well, in figure 6, you provided the limits of the previously approved clearing, and then you provided the limits of the proposed clearing.
It might be able to be here.
And if you look in the two corridors,
Yeah.
if you look at, yeah, right there.
Yep.
If you look at the distance between those two limits of clearing, that is an area that theoretically didn't have to get cleared if you went with the current one. So I think that's what he's talking about, those areas, not only those wetlands, but you should expand it to the limit of the upland review area. Those areas were cleared that didn't have to be cleared. I don't wanna put words in his mouth, but I think that's what he's saying, that area.
I think it's probably both, actually. It's probably the areas where that temporary access drive, which again was previously approved and proposed through here, that's actually where it was installed. So I think and I don't want to speak for you, Mr. Shams, but I think where those crossings are, we need to incorporate some additional restoration plantings there. And then also in this area where the limited disturbance was approved, we can also incorporate some additional plantings through this area here. You know, I will say, I do believe we do have some plantings through that area, as we do have water quality basins here and additional plantings through here. So while it was, you know, I think we can certainly maybe enhance that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're talking about more of restoring those linear wetlands as well as the forested buffer, upland buffers to the wetlands. From the crane mats, those timber mats that are out there, once those come out, and then all the way up to the existing
Tree line.
northern tree line.
And what I was trying, in my comment, what I was trying to get was, you've got the previously proposed and the currently proposed, but what you don't show is what the existing is, what the existing limits of disturbance are.
Right, and so that's what we talked about at the last hearing. We didn't want to go send surveyors out there to pick up a tree line that's you know, somewhat temporary. So what we did is we tried to take some takeoffs from, you know, from wetland flags and things like that. And the limit is actually within the wetland area. It is within this area here. We didn't go further south
Okay,
from what the approval was.
I do remember talking about it.
Yeah.
The only concern I have is that, I wanna make, you're confident that the clearing hasn't gone beyond any of those limits that are shown on here, the outside of both of those limits? Because-
Certainly not within this corridor. We went out and we took
Okay.
measurements through here.
So I just didn't want us to find that out after.
No, of course, yeah. Yeah, because we did take off, because we wanted to figure out exactly where that crossing was, make sure it was installed in the right place. And then one of the initial comments was, you know, I think we looked at just pushing that temporary road to the south here, and we actually said we need to push it to the north of the proposed road. And when we actually went and took measurements, it turned out that where it was installed allows us to utilize that and not have to go further south, which we talked about at the last hearing. So I think, you know, we can certainly, I can, again, testify for the record that we did take measurements out here. We did verify this. Once we get kind of past this and we're in the open clearing, it's a little bit harder to, you know, but based on our field observation, I think we're generally consistent with what was previously approved. There may be a little bit further south in this area here, but ultimately, our primary focus was looking at this location here.
One of the things that I realized today was that we've never, ever talked about vernal pool 7, which is downstream of all of this work. It's not on the subject property, but it is very much a Tier 1 vernal pool, and it's got 2 wetland crossings that are directly upstream of it. And, I mean, most of it's already been disturbed. What has been done to protect that pool?
Well, we've provided, in accordance with our soil erosion sediment control plan, we have provided SEC measures to ensure that there is not going to be sediment brought into that area and carried into that vernal pool 7. And additionally, as part of the proposed application, we have extensive water quality measures, you know, water quality basins, 7-4 bays, deep sumps, things like that. So we've incorporated all of those water quality best management practices to make sure that the water that is going into there and is conveying towards that vernal pool is going to be clean, it's going to be renovated, so it's not going to have any, it's not going to result in any sediment disposition into that vernal pool.
And that's after construction. What about during construction?
During construction, we have extensive SEC measures, which we
Well,
showed some of those
all I remember
pictures.
reading is hay bales.
Well, I think those, I mean, yes, they are hay bales, but they are sufficiently installed to make sure that this isn't going to result in any kind of sedimentation into that pool.
Are they 100% effective?
I think that's probably a difficult question to answer, because
Well,
when you're dealing with
If
construction,
they're 100%, should they be bolstered with something else?
they are, well, they're certainly in accordance with the 2002 Soil Erosion Sediment Control Manual as provided by DEP, which is what we as engineers have to use as part of our guidance documents. And I'll also say that for what it's worth, I am a certified professional in erosion and sediment control as administered by EnviroCert International, for what's that's worth, and we are incorporating as many best management practices as we can for this application. And we did discuss this at length during the pre-construction meeting for the approval, and we wanted to make sure we were incorporating these measures. But it, you know, to your question, is anything 100% during construction? As an engineer, I don't know if I can say yes. It's doing the best design that we can to provide the best management practices as capable, as able.
Since we're talking about vernal pools, vernal pool 3, I just had a question on limits of disturbance and what line you're holding. On sheet 2.1, your limited disturbance is kind of right at the northern tip, but then on the roadway layout rating on 4.2 and some of the other ones, am I reading that right, or are you into the vernal pool?
And I apologize, Bill Kenny was here at the last hearing and provided a letter and some expert testimony regarding that vernal pool and the potential impact of shifting that road further south. We do not have any, we aren't in the vernal pool. We do have some disturbance within the vernal pool envelope, but as established in a lot of the historical documentation for the investigation of that vernal pool, the only obligate species that was observed was fairy shrimp. And based on Bill Kenny's testimony and written documentation that's been submitted for the record, you know, the minimal encroachment within that envelope, I believe, is less than 5%. So he didn't feel that there was that was going to result in an impact. Excuse me, 6%. I apologize.
So using the Calhoun and Clemens best development practices for management measures around vernal pools, and with the number of 5 tier 1 pools scattered throughout the property and just beyond, taking a look at the 750-foot critical terrestrial habitat that they discuss, they all overlap each other quite significantly throughout the property, as you can imagine. And so when we're thinking about what's the feasibility of development of some of these lots, and what's the maximum buildability, if you will, before it creates a significant adverse impact on those vernal pools, we have to look at best development guidelines, which Mr. Kenny submitted as one of the management measures he used for vernal pool 3, coming up with 6%. On the side, it would have been good to have a figure to actually see how you came up with 6%, but nonetheless, I think going forward, I know that at least in my professional opinion, we need to have an analysis of what percent of development around these tier 1 pools are we talking about? Are we at the 25%? Are we at 50% or less? And then coupled with the Army Corps of Engineers best development practices around vernal pools, they're similar to Calhoun and Clemens, but you need to allow for dispersal of the species to get to preferred habitat. So wood frogs, they want wetlands in the summertime, but they want uplands in the wintertime. Salamanders, uplands pretty much all year round, except for a couple of months in the spring. So you know, when we're looking at this and kind of thinking that these are some of the considerations, I think that really need to go into planning.
Mhm. Yeah, we are very focused on some of those aspects of what those best management practices are, what we can do. And yes, there are a number of, they have a lot of different suggestions for this. The Army Corps also has some publications regarding kind of corridors with connectivity to other habitat, things like that, that we've been exploring and looking at. You know, we have, you know, this site, and I'll zoom out a little bit, you know, we have, so there's obviously, there's this corridor of you know, vernal pools that are high functioning here. There is connectivity to the town of Monroe space here. There's connectivity to land owned by Bridgeport Hydraulics. There are some of those things that we are looking at. So we are looking at that evaluation. You know, it's a little bit challenging as we go through this analysis, because this is an area that at one point was brought before both Wetlands and Planning and Zoning for a very small residential development with massive amounts of open space. And at the time, the direction was, we need an industrial park. And the direction since 2002 has been, we need to develop this area for industrial park to help support our tax base. So we're a little bit, it creates a challenge, but as I see as an opportunity to create really good design, to incorporate as many of those best management practices as we can. So we are kind of, we're looking at all of those aspects as we kind of go through this process. I hope that.
It's just part of, yeah, it'll be part of the planning, and, you know,
Yeah.
when we're, as Scott had mentioned, we're looking at, you know, regulated activities that are going on with the roadway, but it's also the layout of the lots and the feasibility that way.
Right.
What's the access easement next to lot 32-4?
Pull that up real quick. Oh, so lot 32 and lot 31, we are proposing, instead of having multiple basically this would be an access easement where we could provide a shared driveway, which would provide access to both 32 and 31. So that's
But you've got a curb cut on 31. That's a, no, on 31.
Oh, there's one on 32, right?
Next to the other, you know, not far from the wetland. You've got a curb cut there.
Yeah, we do. I mean, one of the things that we looked at as part of the previous application and previous approval was to provide an access easement, because it would allow an opportunity to provide access to these properties from a side access way. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily we want to preclude that as the only possible access, but it is a way for us to provide secondary access without providing necessarily a second driveway for this here and a second driveway for this here. We're trying to consolidate that so that if there was a need from a site design standpoint to allow access from this location here, we'd be able to consolidate that access. So that's the intent behind it.
So it'd probably be either or. There'd either be two or one in the center.
Correct. Well, or two or maybe this would be provided.
Shared.
Potentially
In
to
and
provide
out,
access to,
depending on flow.
right.
All right.
And then the new sheets you gave us this time were a little bit different. I'm noticing it. I'm trying to remember what page it was on. I put all my notes on one page, which was probably a mistake. But on one of them, I think it was the development plan. When that happens. Scratch that thought until I can get it together. Now, you said that the basin, the detention basins were going to be dry bottom. Am I correct on that one?
Yes. Yeah, yes, they're all designed to fully drain so that they don't create decoys.
What I was thinking today was that during a heavy storm though, which is when frequently the critters move, how are they gonna be able to tell the basin which now has water in it as opposed to a viable pool?
Well,
Is there an amphibian excluder or something that we can put around those pools to prevent them from being decoys?
we didn't, we did not propose those as part of the previous application. We aren't proposing them as part of the current application. We looked at kind of duration of when that water would be held in the basin, and we kind of used some of those, again, best management practices in terms of if it's there for over an extended period of time, you want to put in some sort of amphibian barrier. I will say that we did include that on another application in the park. I will testify for the record that those amphibian barriers are very difficult to source. In fact, the company that we had looked at, where it was recommended previously, is actually a product that's made in England, and there's only one dealer in the entire United States where you can actually secure that fence, and it's based out of California. And to do it, you can only use their guys, and they have to come out and do it. So it's very difficult, and I'd be curious to hear what other commissioners may have thoughts on this type of amphibian barrier and how they may have seen it being done in practice in Connecticut for this type of application. But again, we wanted to design these so that they wouldn't really meet that definition of a decoy, so that they would drain within that, believe it's 24-hour duration after a storm event.
After any storm event or just a 1 inch?
All of them.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
This is, and again, this site is a little bit unique because all these basins are designed to treat for the water quality volume. Because it contributes to the Great Pine Swamp, all the historic approvals have been designed so that itself acts as an attenuation.
Why? This is one of my old pet peeves. There seems to be an awful lot of more disturbance north of the middle detention basin than is necessary to construct the basin. What's the
Which basin is this?
the middle one? The one that's north of the road. This plan doesn't have, let's see, this one doesn't have the outlines of the wetlands on it, so let's see.
Is it number 2 then?
It's at, so
Probably.
if you actually refer to sheet 4.31, that is our soil erosion sediment control plan.
But, well, how come there's is that because there's a temporary access drive
Yes,
there?
so currently where it's installed is the hatched area. That's where the access drive is currently located. Once we get to the bridge construction, we want to be able to use that future basin as both a sediment basin and obviously the construction for the permanent basin. At that time, we would relocate the access drive from its current location to the north of that, so that we can actually finish the construction, of not only the bridges, but also, bless you, Scott, but the basin itself. So that's the reasoning
All
for
right.
that.
Now, I did
And I
notice
think actually to Commissioner Shamus's point before, when we talked about adding some additional wetland restorative measures, we can actually incorporate some additional plantings in that disturbed area that aren't currently shown on our planting plan, which we could add.
Okay, sounds good. I noticed also on this sheet, as opposed to the original set that we received, that the LOD that's going off of lot, numbers are on all of them, so I have to remember, lot 30, takes a serious jut to the north. I'm on 4.31. And it added like 40 feet or 50 feet of LOD to what was originally proposed on the last plan set. And I was wondering why that's there.
It has to do with the grading that's required to bring these to basically, this application requires excavation through this area. So then once we do the road construction, we then have to kind of chase back on a 3-to-1 slope to tie back into existing grade. So that's the reason why that shifted a little bit further south from where it was previously.
Because that's right along the edge of the wetland.
Where is this?
This is on, wish we had little areas, squares we could.
Well, so
to
are you
reference.
referring to here?
No, I am go to 4.31, if you would.
We have the, there we go.
Now, you see, there's the major, on the right-hand side of the screen, there's the major clearing with all of
Yes.
the contour lines. Okay, go direct, a little bit to the left of that. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going now. Now stop. Now go directly north. You see that finger? That wasn't there before. There was a straight line
Yeah.
from what was there, and now there's this big clearing directly along the red edge of the wetland.
And the silt fence chases it up.
Wallace.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, why are we clearing an extensive, I mean, that's 40 foot at least of clearing along the edge of the wetland.
I think we can reduce that. We can pull that LOD down, you know, we can address that. We can pull this down a little bit and
Does it
reduce some
have
of the
to,
silt fence.
does it have to do with adding to that, stone wall?
That may actually be it. It may have been the
I mean, you're not showing it as a, thing.
yeah, I think that may have just been as I like to refer to it, a Scribner's error, where we can adjust that LOD and pull that back down.
To where it was on the original plan set?
Yeah, I think what we can do is we can kind of bring this straight across and connect it here. We obviously don't want to, we're not going to disturb anywhere there's going to be disturbed, so
Okay.
we can pull this down and eliminate that. I think we probably wanted to make sure that we were extending silt fence sufficiently so that we weren't going to have, you know, any possible
Runaways.
exactly. So I think we can probably do that by simply, you know, bending that up and straightening that out. So we can eliminate that finger.
Okay.
But I think that area's already disturbed.
Cleared it?
From going out there, this was part of the restoration area, because that's right near the second timber map, correct?
On the north side of it.
Yeah, so that's already been cleared. Not that it can't be restored, but,
I mean, the timber mat comes through here, but I think we can certainly pull this back.
Well, if
and
it's
do
already
some
been
restorative
cleared though,
measures
that's
through there.
what, to Jeff's point. Because that's like 80 feet, or no, 40 feet beyond the timber mat.
And I think, you know, that's actually something we can do immediately. We can have that pulled back, a new limit established with some silt fence, and actually do some plantings in that
Can we
location.
do something a little bit better than silt fence?
If it's been cleared, it doesn't reflect, it's not reflected on figure 6. It's really hard to tell, kind of switching back and forth between the drawings, that's a
It
problem.
is.
Yeah,
It's a real
figure 6 doesn't really show
Because there's
the,
not
doesn't
every-
show the road.
Like figure 6 doesn't, right, it doesn't show the temporary access. But it also, figure 6 also doesn't show that little peninsula going up in there, that figure. So something doesn't line up. That's why I kind of was asking about what's existing in terms of the,
And-
Yeah, it
and-
would be good to know.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
it gets kind of confusing.
I mean, if you look at the LOD of the previous road,
It went to that location.
we're well within that, right?
Yeah.
We're good 10 feet off, 20, to almost 20 feet off of that.
Yeah.
But even on that drawing, it looks like it's a little beyond the LOD. Or no, the red is the new one?
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
But we can have a site meeting. I'll go out there tomorrow, verify, and we can get that area pulled back into some restorative plants, amended plants and stuff.
Bouncing back and
I would
forth.
also say if you head out there, the crane mats are pretty broken and separated, and almost ineffective, especially if you're gonna use those for the actual cranes. They need some TLC.
Yeah, it wasn't an intent, the intent wasn't to use those to put a crane on them. It was really just to use those as the ability to bring
Heavy equipment.
heavy equipment in and out. So, yes, those are, I think the contractors learned those need continuous TLC, similar to SEC measures. So those are things that are actively worked on.
Did you find the other note you were trying to chase down? Or is that the finger?
Well, finger was one of them, but. Oh, wait, there was, this is a nitpicky thing. I got the ART comments, and on it, it stated that the site is within 500 feet of the shared boundary with Newtown.
It's
And
not,
you
and I-
testified that it was not.
It is not, and I think that was, I think Scott and I talked about that, that was an error on the
Okay,
application.
that's good.
And that's,
fine.
and.
Because otherwise,
you
we
know,
have to notify them, which
Nope.
changes things.
So the town line with Newtown, it's best seen on our actual cover sheet. The first sheet on the top right, that location map. The town line with Newtown basically follows this location here, and it continues up along this line. So we do not share a common town boundary. Comes through here.
But is it within 500 feet?
No, it is
Doesn't have to
not.
be shared?
It is
Okay.
not.
On the detail sheet, you talk about a fence, a chain link fence. Where's that supposed to go? On 5.02.
Yep. I'm trying to recall if we were providing that behind the guide rail.
It's not one of the wing walls.
That's actually, yes, Guy, you're correct. It's part of the bridge detail we do have for the wing walls through here.
Yeah, there's just some small areas where we need some fence.
Oh, okay. Good, thank you, because I was confused. Didn't get that one at all. Looks in so many different places.
Yeah, because of the drop behind that, we need to make sure we're providing just a short segment.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott.
On the planting plan, planting notes, where were they? Isn't the planting plan, it's the planting notes. And I didn't write down what page it was on.
General notes or that's 462?
462, thank you. Okay. Number 13, on that,
On the planting notes,
on
not
the
the planting soil
planting
notes?
notes.
The amphibian passage?
Yeah. How do you plan on doing any of that, since it's on the plan?
How do we plan on doing?
What is your plan? Is Cape Cod style curbing the only thing that you're proposing here? That they're saying that in the decreasing order of effectiveness is A, B, and C.
Yeah, we are proposing curb here, because that is something we've kind of gone through as part of the previous application, the current application. So A would apply if we weren't doing curbs, but we do have to do curb. So B is we're providing Cape Cod curbing.
Now, is C something that you could do? I'm concerned, I'm a critter person, and in case you hadn't figured that one out, I'm concerned with anything that's trying to cross the road, gets dumped into a wash of water. It's getting funneled right down the street into the catch basin end of the amphibian. What can we do to prevent that?
I think we can incorporate C with the exit ramps. But I think that's required for, I think that's why it says in least order of effectiveness. And again, this was kind of we took these from some of the recommendations as part of the previous approval. So I think C really applies to if you have traditional curbing, you need to make sure you have exit ramps so they don't get trapped. I think the fact that we're providing Cape Cod curbing, that should allow them to able to traverse. So I think B supersedes C. If we do B, C is less important, or C isn't applicable.
Okay. All right, I didn't see any. Now, are you going to provide us a more detailed landscape plan? With all of the discussion, all of the changes that we talked about tonight?
Restoration, yeah.
Restoration plan and planting. And planting in general, it seems a little light in a lot of areas, in my estimation. Well, for instance, sorry.
Should I make that face for the public?
You have to face
Should be
the-
surprised.
you have to face the camera. when you
Oh.
do that.
Ah, you're on the video.
Yeah, I know, I'm on YouTube famous. I think we have a pretty extensive planting plan. I think this was done exhaustively as part of the previous application. We incorporate a lot of those same types of measures, and we've talked tonight about adding additional restorative plantings in some of these areas for temporary disturbance.
Well, for instance, wherever there is an open space within an LOD.
There should be plantings.
Should be planted with something, absolutely. There's also 10 feet along the road, all the way, that has absolutely nothing in it.
It's a shoulder for snow storage.
So what is gonna be there? So there's gonna be bare
Lawn.
dirt, there's gonna be
Snow.
grass?
It's going to be very consistent with.
In
no,
July?
It's going to be very consistent with what's out there for the balance of the park. Also, that area is covered under a CLMP easement. They actually put, for this particular park, they required an 80-foot easement, so we have a 60-foot right-of-way and an additional
Okay.
10 feet on each side, so that's part of that easement where the underground utilities are installed.
Mhm.
So we're unable to provide extensive trees or anything like that in those areas, plus the, Department of Public Works, as they plow, they want to make sure there's sufficient shoulders for that. So it would be lawn, similar to what the balance of the park looks like.
Okay. Another thing I would like to see more of is trees. We have a lot of lower plantings, like, there's an extensive amount of grading that was done, and thousands, I will say thousands of trees were probably removed. And I would like to see more of them replaced. Like, there's a lot of areas where you've got meadow mix and whatever the other kinds of, wet mix not, but the roadside matrix. Now, does that include trees, or is that just?
I believe there are actually some, do I have the seed mixes on here? I believe there are some trees in that roadside matrix. But again, these areas are gonna be in this condition temporarily until an application is brought forth to develop these lots. So we're reluctant to provide extensive landscapings along these slopes that we're establishing if we're gonna be bringing an application to develop these areas and then have to rip out all the trees we just put in. So that's why we went in with the roadside matrix. I believe it does have some tree seedlings in those areas. And again, there'll be applications pending for some of these lots, which would address the landscaping concerns. And that's something we talked about at length with the Planning and Zoning Commission as well, because they're obviously very interested in from a landscape standpoint, a little bit different, not from a wetland standpoint, but really more of an aesthetic standpoint. And they were obviously, didn't want to see these big hills that are just, this roadside mix for an extended period of time. So that's why we said, well, these will be, these will all be dealt with as part of individual site development applications.
Okay, because I would like to see more shade. They've eliminated a ton of shade, and especially around the wetlands themselves. So I'll look forward to seeing that in your new submission.
Mr. Solly, so are you going to put an existing tree line that Scott was mentioning before to kind of understand what's been, where we are today, and then what that restoration plan is going to include for that swath that basically is an area that no longer needs to be cut. Some of it will already be part of the stormwater management features, but certainly the wetlands themselves.
Would it be possible, would it be satisfactory to the commission if we were to provide that kind of in this sensitive area rather than the balance of the site? Because I think we can probably pull tapes and establish this without sending a survey crew out there and provide some of that information rather than, but once we get to the balance of the site, it's a little more challenging just because of the openness of the area. So if we could focus this area in here, which I think is probably the most sensitive, I certainly think we can probably provide another sketch showing exactly like where we are today and then what some restorative measures will be to fix that in the future. If that would please the commission, I think we'd be happy to bring that back before the next meeting.
So let me just throw a possible proposal. For this area, yes, we pull tapes and get, good lines without a survey. Is it possible to put like dotted lines on the rest of it to show approximate without pulling a survey, but showing just
based
to
on
give
our,
us a full scope,
sure.
but not necessarily that, just note that's not a survey line that,
Yeah.
will be held as a survey line in future.
When you say the rest of it, you mean the areas within the upland review area?
Upland review areas of the two wetland corridors we're crossing, and then outside that, it's just really a dotted line that shows where the trees are now. Not necessarily a survey saying there's a tree here, but an idea of the tree line. Does that work?
Yeah, I agree. One of the other comments that Scott had made that I know you didn't want to necessarily have to do, and I can understand not having to reflag the entire site, but reflagging these critical areas where there are existing impacts, there's proposed impacts, you're gonna be crossing with the bridge. There's some remnants up in the woods on the south side of the crossing. It would have been good to have some flagging out there of where the wetlands were now that kind of the vegetation's gone for the most part, what those actual boundaries are, and as they go kind of further south where you're proposing the crossings, just to ensure that those are delineated and that if this gets approved and stuff, the contractor knows what they're dealing with when they go out and see it, and it's not like a mystery of, well, where is that boundary?
Yeah, I
So
mean,
and that could be just doesn't have to be every 20 feet or 50 feet, it's just I'm just thinking about just a general identification of here's where we surveyed the boundary on this plan, and take it and throw some survey points in the field.
I mean, if we're doing that, we might as well survey the limit of the trees. I can certainly, consider it again. I mean, we're trying to obviously limit some of the scope, but I can certainly understand the concern. I think
And the flags may have been up.
They were. I believe they were. I mean, obviously, when they established the soil erosion control
Yeah.
measures, they did so based on where these items were. So I don't have any concern that they encroached upon those wetland areas, other than the specific locations where we had approval to do so with the installation of the crane mats. It's just, and I guess it's almost like it's a question of, do we reflag it, or do we mark in the field where the flags were? And I guess that's,
Just marking the field with flag.
I think we can
I'm not
Yeah.
saying to, go to.
do augers and
That's
things
my
like
own-
that.
That's my own opinion. I'm not-
No, I think you're fair in that, we don't need, the full
Fair,
detail, but we
doesn't
do
need-
need to know where they were originally.
Well, or some of them at least,
The critical points.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, for this application, it doesn't necessarily you don't need to go necessarily do wetland 7, or, sorry, vernal pool 7, but.
Really, we're just talking about,
It's
those
these two crossings, it's
Yeah,
the crossings where it's
crossings
critical.
In the, north and south, limited disturbance areas.
Yep, and we understand that.
Okay. So, from what I'm hearing currently, I'm gonna make an assumption that you want to keep the hearing open to provide this additional detail. I know, as a commissioner, I wouldn't feel comfortable without seeing the restoration plan. I can't really hand that off to Scott.
Of course, no, of course, yeah. What's the schedule? Are you meeting in the,
Yeah, we
oh,
have
actually, no,
another
the
meeting.
28th. There's
Yes.
another meeting
Yeah,
next
yeah,
month.
yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
July,
So,
we go
yep,
down to
that's, yeah, we have, I believe our planning and zoning hearing opens next
Yeah, I don't know what
Thursday.
you wanna do about that. Are you planning to proceed with that, or you wanna hold off on that, or?
I'd like to proceed. I think, it's very,
I gotta get you my review for that.
we provided a response to Will's comments. We
Yes,
provided that for the commission.
I just got your revised plan.
Yeah, I think, I think we the prevalence of an application opening and closing in the same night with planning and zoning is much lower than it may have been in the past, so I think we're comfortable continuing this hearing until the 28th. We can open P and Z next Thursday, and then continue that until the July
I'm trying to get
meeting.
more of the hydrology and some of the other comments for inland wetlands anyway, so you.
Right, and that's,
So I'm expecting not, I'm hoping not to have a lot for the. P&Z.
we're hoping the same.
You
Okay.
Can I, just one more, you added some property to lot 27 in this re-subdivision?
Yes, that's
I read
correct.
that someplace.
Hmm?
I knew I read it someplace, can you tell me where that was?
Sure. So
It's kind of really just along here where the old right-of-way line was.
Oh, so it's not vertically oriented, it's not northbound, it's more east-west?
it's east-west along the proposed right-of-way line.
Okay,
So by shifting the right-of-way further south, that, swath of land now gets conveyed to lot 27.
okay.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to present for the commission for tonight?
Not at this moment, no.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I just,
Yes.
for the next meeting, I just wanted to see if I understood. Will we get a vernal pool analysis, evaluation of the, using the best development practices with your proposed, I think it's sheet 4.9 or something with the proposed?
We're recommending that's better served as part of the individual lot development. That's what we're requesting. We prefer not to do that as part of this application. I can assure you that we're using that as part of our design for those other lots. So for this application, we'd like not to have to do that.
But that may affect how we make recommendations to P and Z on how we like the lots configured. To Jeff's point.
Well, I think on some of the lots, like lot, 32, it's gonna be difficult to show that vernal pool will be viable after some point in time with the amount of development kind of around it. So in your planning, just practically, I guess as guidance, there are these documents out there, and I know I'll be looking at that, and you said you're gonna be looking at that, so, trying to find a balance that makes sense and that doesn't cause significant adverse impacts.
Right.
Okay, does that mean that you can do that for us?
No, well, again, I'm requesting not to do that as part of this
don't want to.
application, and with the understanding that we're doing that as part of our individual lot development.
All right, would a compromise be to bring Bill Kenny back for testimony on that topic?
Sure.
I think, would that work to
Yeah,
get
we can
the
do that.
guidance on that, at least for the subdivision portion of it? Not necessarily a whole report. How does the commission feel about that?
I'm not sure how much, I mean, that's fine. I just don't know how much he can get into if it's not gonna be the evaluation. You know,
Right.
It's gonna be some information, and I just don't know how effective it would end up being.
Yeah, and I guess, my question to that is how effective would it end up being without, a planned development for the site, right? So, I mean, they don't have necessarily somebody to come forward and say, we're going to build a building this big. I don't know how we can do that yet.
Like, I could see the evaluation that they did for Vernal Pool 3, because there's development.
Right, there's development happening in there.
Well, what I would be looking for would be to make sure that there is enough room in the lot to do adequate protection. So that, which would limit the amount of development you could actually do on it. So if you're showing us a building that's however big it is on lot 32, as Scott said before, that could be an alternative. And if we don't feel that there's enough protection around the pools, then the applications could be denied because there isn't enough room. So we're asking you to make sure there's enough room, and we'd like to see that, prove that there's enough room to protect these pools, and that there's enough property for you to build on for this prospective client or whoever
Well,
it is.
Yep, and again, I think that's a valid request, but I think that's a valid request at the time of an application is brought in for specific property. I think from a subdivision application standpoint, this commission has to look at, we have 10.7 acres in a 3-acre minimum zone in a park that's been developed with far less protection measures than what have been brought before this commission for recent apps. I understand the request. I think again, I just think that's more appropriate for an individual lot development. And a lot of the things that we've talked about in terms of maintaining no disturbance within the envelope, that's kind of one of those critical do not touch lines. And we're doing so as part of our individual lot development designs. And we have this conceptual plan, but I don't know if I think they may be, I don't know if this commission has ever requested or required an applicant to provide that sort of thing for a potential development plan for subdivision before, nor have I heard that from any commission.
We're getting better, let's put it that way.
You are, and I think that's demonstrated in the quality of the applications that come before this commission. So I think you all need to be applauded for that. I just don't know if this level of request is again, in my opinion, I think it's best served as part of the individual lot development.
See, let me just, this is kind of I'm trying to prevent you from getting in a position where you're kind of backing yourself into the corner, because it's kind of a catch-22, because if you come in with a plan that shows, I mean, that lot, you could come in with a potential development plan that shows buffers, that shows less intense development. And they can do that. They could come in with a plan that shows a small building, small parking lot, and say, this lot is buildable, and here's a demonstration how to do that. Then if they come in with the plan that they're actually showing you, which is what, and he's not hiding the fact that that's what they want to build there. They have a buyer and they want to build that. If they come in with a plan, then for that, the commission will say, well, we evaluated this lot based on the fact that, you could put a smaller building. Isn't that an alternative? And therefore you have this alternative that shows less impact on wetlands. So I mean, the way it's supposed to happen is the commission's supposed to say that they want, I'm hearing, you want more buffer, so change the size of the lot or do something to make it work. And you're asking him to do that as part of this application, because that's your role. I mean, you're trying to mold the sizes of the lots to be practical for wetlands. So the applicant then is faced with the dilemma of, do you do what they are asking you to do right now as part of their subdivision referral application? Or do you take a risk and go to planning and zoning with a negative referral comment that says, hey, we don't think this lot should be shaped that way. It should be shaped differently so we have less impact on wetlands. Typically, the Planning and Zoning Commission, if they get a referral like that from inland wetlands, will deny it or hold it open and kick it back to inland wetlands. So usually, when the Wetlands Commission is asking for a tweak along those lines, this is the time to do it in order to avoid going back and forth between the two commissions. It's just that they're being very transparent and saying, this is what we want to build there. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, what can you do? They really can't do anything other than move that road further to the south, or make those ball fields smaller. I can't think of anything else you can do. You're actually designing this re-subdivision to fit that lot for that purpose. I mean, you're being pretty open about that.
This is the impetus for the modification of the subdivision is to allow for businesses who express interest in this town, this community, to create to put Monroe and actually kind of change the face of the park a little bit, to create, one of the premier, if not the most premier club soccer facility in the town of Monroe. And we're not mincing words with that. But I guess, Lois, is your primary concern lot 30? Or I thought you mentioned lot 32?
30 and 32. There's the building you propose, the conceptual building you propose on 32 is quite small. And that lot, compared to the sizes of the others, is minuscule. So it seems to me that it could be made a little bit differently sized so that it would, lot 30, I have no idea. I'm not an engineer. I have no idea what you could do to it. I'm sure as an engineer you could figure out something.
I mean, it's a 3-acre lot. It
but-
complies with the regs.
And I mean, at the end of the day, he is showing a building being built on it, and that would be an alternative. if,
That's an alternative.
Come forward
Yeah.
with a plan, so.
Just out of curiosity, do you know if, I think I know the answer to this, but is there gonna be blasting or
Yes.
something like that?
Yes.
Obviously, seeing what apparently happened in that vernal pool too, at least reading through some of the environmental planning services, that had an effect or may have had an effect on the hydrology, and something to keep in mind.
Would that have to be blasting throughout the site, throughout all of the sites, to make them buildable?
For the road construction and some of the individual lot developments, yes.
Okay.
So I believe where we're leaving is the commission has provided the guidance, and it's up to the applicant to do what they would, if their wishes are to do what is on the plan currently or change it, that is up to you, and that's fine. We'll keep it open to get the remediation plan.
So
and any other
just for
testimony.
clarification, I'm trying to facilitate, I'm hearing that you guys aren't really happy with the layout and the lot size, and you're asking him to kind of think it through and come up with an alternative.
So,
Is that what you're saying? Or, I just don't want to have another meeting and be just talking about this again.
yeah. So, I mean, where I'm standing is, these are big enough lot sizes, right? are the proposed uses that are being shown as things. We're not getting into the engineering design, so I can't tell you what kind of impact I think that lot 32 or lot 31 would, or sorry, 30 would have. So I can't tell you that yet, because we don't have that in front of us. Do I think something can be built on a 10-acre lot?
Yeah,
Yes.
see, that's the thing.
Right, so I can't,
It's a big risk that you're taking.
I can't say no to that lot, size or shape, because I think something can be built on a 10-acre lot in Monroe.
Right, so you're saying that, so what I'm hearing, and I want you to kind of hear, kind of think
I'm
about
listening.
this, because what they're gonna be, it's a big lot, and everyone knows that you can build on that lot without impacts or without big impacts to the wetlands. So if your potential development plan, in your quest to be transparent, the way I see it, you're gonna force them to provide some kind of comment to planning and zoning that qualifies this and says that, although the lot is big enough to build on, the fact that you presented this potential development plan doesn't lock you into that.
Right. We might have to comment that this plan as proposed without details would not necessarily be approved by
Yeah,
the
because
commission.
applicants have a tendency to come back to the commission and say, well, I showed you the potential development plan, you were okay with it. But that's not what I'm hearing from the commission, so I see something bad coming, and that makes people upset. And, you're better off facing it now and trying to work through it.
I think
on
both the commission and
sides.
the applicant are being very transparent, and, I think we've all
Yeah.
made our points heard, and, we'll extend it.
Put on the other side of the road,
Put what on the other side of the road?
lot 30,
Beachside
Leave
soccer?
yeah,
No.
no.
I think for
No,
the other,
it
the
doesn't-
vernal pool really matters.
If there's
But
an
would have-
interest,
I mean, with a slight difference of configuration of the development.
not without
Would you-
more
would you-
impact to regulated areas and wetlands.
Okay.
It is, this, if there's any interest in bringing this company and legend or whatever, or history, whatever, to the town of Monroe, this is the only place to do it in the entire town.
So these are, they're gonna be cumulative over whatever period of time as development on these potential lots happen. And if the first one happens to be this, the soccer development, and that's all that's out there, and we're not looking at the development on lot 29 and some of the other development areas, when you come in with lot 29, it may have more restrictions because you've already developed either what you're showing or more, whatever. So it's gonna have an impact on that, similar to lot 32 or lot 31, the way that you're showing lot 31 is kind of wrapping all around and just depends on how that comes in to how you look at the next.
Maybe
in
what
the
you guys
plan.
should ask for is for you to schematically show them. Like, for instance, on face value, just looking at this real quickly, right?
Of course.
Look at the parking lot here. If you took this ball field and slid it up here to the parking lot, move that building over a little bit and put this ball field, if you put the two ball fields here, so one ball field's here, end to end, would that fit?
Well, so here's
What I'm saying is, if it doesn't fit, you can show them that.
Here's
But if
what-
it does fit, then maybe you can make this lot a different shape, make it longer, put the two ball fields in, get that to work, and then put a smaller lot over here.
This is what's driving the design for Lot 30. As we look at this, we're looking at proximity, but also hydrology and hydraulics and drainage. So that in order for us to develop anything here, we have a wetland and we have a vernal pool that's fed by a contributing watershed. If we were to redesign this and bring a ball field closer and put a second one back here, we would be reducing the amount of stormwater runoff that's feeding that vernal pool and that wetland. What's driving this? And, we're coming in off of a proposed road, we're coming up in grade, we're coming up to a parking lot, we're coming up this way because we need to get to a place where we can provide renovated stormwater to feed a wetland to not have that impact to it. That's what's driving this layout, is that we need to make sure that this is at an elevation where it can drain superficially and feed this same corridor.
But Kevin, that's what Jeff is asking for. He's asking for the evaluation that would tell them that.
Well, okay, so that's the thing. So I can tell you, I mean,
It's not.
I can tell you that it's all being looked at based on those parameters. What I'm requesting is that I think if this commission starts requiring worksheets for best management practices for potential impacts of vernal pools to start as part of subdivision layouts, I think that's starting to set a precedent that isn't necessarily most optimal for this commission to establish and can potentially be challenged. And I'm not saying that we're not looking at those things. All I'm doing is I'm trying to provide some information in terms of what we're looking at while we're doing it. I understand the concerns.
I'm just telling you, you gotta demonstrate that that lot is, normally you have to demonstrate that a lot's feasible to build on, and that's a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
But in this case, because you are designing to build that, because you're and that doesn't usually happen. You don't usually design a subdivision, knowing that that's exactly what I'm gonna build on that lot. The fact that you know that in this case is kind of forcing you to show them that, in this case, it's the right thing to do. That's all I'm pointing out, so you don't put yourself in a bad place.
Understood. So I've provided some testimony in terms of the design intent behind it. If this commission is requesting that you want us to provide that type of detailed analysis for potential lot development as part of a subdivision application, we're happy to do that, but I just don't think that's standard practice. And I understand, standard or non-standard, it's, I'm testifying and I've been transparent in our intent for this subdivision modification. And I'm testifying as to why some of those constraints exist. And if we were to put it to the south, we would be further impacting, we don't have the width. There's a wetland pocket here. There's a wetland pocket here. If we were to put something closer to the road and further back, we'd then be reducing that elevation. We'd be reducing the contributing watershed. We'd be reducing the fundamental element of what feeds that wetland and feeds the vernal pool. And if we need to provide some sort of documentation to support that, I'm happy to do it.
And this is concept planning? Is this more or less what you'd be calling this going in?
I mean, this is a potential development
Well,
plan, but
lot 30 maybe, is that kind of, but the other lots, are they concepts or?
there's a potential application for lot 31 as well.
So all I'm saying, and I really think it's reasonable, it's not stepping beyond, is, you have concentric circles that go around the vernal pools, and the testimony that Mr. Kenny made is they're using the best development practices for part of this project. Implementing that on the other vernal pools that are actually higher quality than that is even more important. And you already have the concepts here, if not, what you want to come in with. At some point, it's going to have to be done, so I guess that's all I'm saying, is I'm throwing it out there just to say that's one of the things I know I would be looking for. Do it now or later, whatever, it's just throwing it out there as some guidance, I guess. Not that I'm saying it's a requirement right now.
No, I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you good, Mr. Solly, for testimony, or?
I think so.
Okay. Does the commission have any further questions before
For this
I go
evening?
to exhibit? Yes, for this evening, yes. Does the commission have any other questions for Mr. Solly before we go to exhibits and open it up for public comment? Okay, hearing none, Donna, if you would like to read some new exhibits.
Yes. We left off, okay, so number 7 was the updated engineering comments by Scott Schaffline. Number 8 was a map set, the 24-sheet plan set for the proposed 4-lot subdivision by Solely Engineering. Exhibit 9 was the response to review comments by Casey Birch. Exhibit 10 was a letter to the commission from the Conservation Commission, and do you want me to read, that needs to be read into the record?
How,
Or did that get done?
No, it didn't get done yet.
Okay, that's right.
Oh, I get to read it. Oh,
Do you
goody.
want to read it? Okay.
You're the secretary.
Okay.
I don't know.
This is from the Monroe Conservation and Water Sources Commission concerning this application. The members of the Monroe Conservation and Water Sources Commission would like to place on record the following concerns. Read the re-subdivision application for 36 Timothy Hill Road. Our major concern is the impact on several sensitive vernal pools located within the re-subdivision site. Vernal pools are a valuable and increasingly threatened ecosystem and are deserving of special attention when development impacting them is proposed. Protection of critical woodland habitat within 750 feet of a vernal pool is a key conservation measure. Connections between pools need to be maintained to accommodate population movements. Vernal ponds are a unique environment that provide habitat crucial to the existence of several vertebrate and invertebrate species. Therefore, it is imperative that these critical habitats be protected for the species that require them for their survival. Thank you for your consideration of our concerns. Karen Bernaska, Chair.
Okay, and that was Exhibit 10. Exhibit 11 was the updated town engineer comments, and Exhibit 12 were the health department comments by Rich Jackson.
okay.
Okay.
All right, then we will open it up for public comment. Is there anybody who'd like to speak in support of this application? Is there anybody who'd like to speak against this application? Is there anybody who'd like to make comments of general nature about this application? Okay, seeing none, we will open up again, public comments during all of our public hearing sessions. So, we will go ahead and continue this public hearing to the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item is a regular hearing, 296 Gardner Road, DeCarlo, proposed construction of a single-family dwelling with driveway. This is continued from our last meeting.
Hello, for the record, I'm Alan Shepard, professional engineer, partner in the firm of Nowakowski, Chow & Kane, 415 Howe Avenue, Shelton, Connecticut. And I'm here with Tony DiCarlo, the applicant. And I was planning to go into great long detail about my application, but I'll shorten that up a little bit.
Thank you.
The return receipt that we released to the town is one of the items. The last time we were here, we were asked to show that we weren't going to clear some of the trees in the front, and I put that notation on the map. The clearing line, we put that on the map. Such that we only have one thing left with Scott's items, which is the sightline map that, you know, he was referenced that we, I did have an error on that with the shading on the sightline map. Properly graphed, it would show that we can do the grading before the property line to clear the sightlines.
Is there a way to pull up your general plan?
No, I didn't have a chance to put it on the flash drive.
Okay.
I mean,
The
I'll
original
give you
plan?
Scott this, take a look at it. And I think you see what I'm talking about. My last plan, it was just a drafting area, if you will, that when it grabbed, they shaded the area to grade, it grabbed an area off the property line, you know, so it did look that way. But when properly shaded, you can see it comes back up, and I'll still have.
So what are you
things.
saying, you replotted the profile, is that what?
No, the last plan, the zip, Scott, the last plan, the zip ran all the way up here, because it grabbed this and showed it way down the road.
Let me just take a look, so I can figure out what's
But
going
if
on.
you actually plot the
Mhm,
grades,
sorry.
it comes out before the property.
Where's the
This
most
is-
recent one?
Right here.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Yeah,
so I
no,
can just-
no, no.
so,
This is not gonna be graded.
yeah, so what I was referring to was that, see this right here, typically, when a sight line is off of the pavement, the traffic manual talks about having a 6-inch clearance for sight line. And so a lot of engineers go to the 6-inch, but you're supposed to use professional judgment. And in my opinion, what they're talking about is you could have as little as 6 inches when you're in, like, for instance, the roadway where it's paved and it's assured that you have that. As soon as you go off the roadway, my opinion is that you need a minimum of 18 inches because grass grows and there's things growing there and you don't have sight line unless you have more clearance. So what I was asking for was that this be lowered here.
I did, so if you look at that now, we have the 18 inches to that right
So you're saying this dimension is 18 inches?
Yeah, or more. Yeah.
Is this the
Here
one
to
here?
the grade line.
Yes.
See, the original, see that one that I have, that we have up on the map? We inadvertently shaded in too much.
No, keep going down. You had it on there.
We inadvertently shaded in too much of the shoulder area to be removed. Because it just grabbed, that computer grabbed that and went all the way to the limit of the line. So I had corrected that on this map.
You can control this by the mouse.
Oh,
I
okay,
did,
yeah.
Karen's,
Yeah.
or she
Okay,
sent
so-
me your.
Yeah, so
So
she
what
sent the revised.
what I don't understand, Alan, is
Yeah.
that this is vertical 1 inch equals 10 feet.
4 feet.
390 to 400, 10 feet.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, you got 10 feet here.
10
So
feet is the grid.
is the
Each one of
grid.
these boxes. is
Right, so it's 1 inch equals 4.
1 inch.
So I'm scaling this.
Yeah.
You don't have 18
Yeah.
inches would be over here.
Yeah, and
You've
we're
got
gonna
half
cut
of it.
this, so we're gonna cut it down below the 18 inches.
Oh, this, okay,
Cut line. This is the cut line.
hold on. So your 18 is over here. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it's confusing because of the way you got it shaded.
and sorry about that, the shading didn't come out quite the way I wanted it to come out. But to the point that I'm making, I think that's an engineering detail that I could work out with Scott.
Yeah, we could definitely confirm
You know.
that, so.
If it's a grading and, the intent that we want to have
If
site.
it's contingent on that, you're comfortable that you can meet the contingency.
Right.
Didn't we talk about pulling back some of the LOD on the,
Yes, I did, and I put on the plan, I said not to disturb the trees in the front.
so shouldn't the LOD be shown on the
Yeah,
plan
yeah,
differently?
I pulled that back. How do we get the other site plan?
Just
If you hit the arrow up.
Oh, right here?
Yep.
So,
Because that's the same one we had last time.
that's the same one we had last time. So the new plan has the limited disturbance line on it, with the, pulled that up.
This has an LOD line on it.
Yeah, but I changed that, that's not the most current one.
Okay.
Did we not receive a copy of the newest one?
Does Scott have it right there?
This is what was submitted. You gave me.
This is the
plans.
one
Yeah,
from
this
last time.
was the one that was,
Yeah,
This is from last time,
One
but
I
the
reviewed.
revision date is 5/22.
yeah.
Oh, right here, yeah, it says, maintain vegetation on slopes. Right here, so that has the limited disturbance line. It doesn't have that verb.
What he's
This is the
referring
old-
to.
what's-
It's not here.
That's the old thing.
yeah, so he didn't give us the new, digital version, is that what the problem?
I think this is what she sent me, so let's just see here.
So if you take a look at your plans that you have, it should say,
It does say maintain vegetation on slope, but it shows an LOD line of coming way down. And we had talked about, you know, just making the LOD the existing tree line.
Well,
In the last hearing.
I did talk to my client, and he wants,
Oh, no,
this is
that's
going
Yeah.
to the
sure,
road.
that's not the right one.
Okay, so what the problem is that
This one
you,
is not the right one.
your office sent us the older, this is not the most current plan that you
Okay.
submitted. So what you guys are looking at is the older plan.
On there, on the screen.
On there,
on
they
the
have
But what
the
you
new
have
one
But-
in front of it.
Yeah, but in
Yes.
front of you, you got the new
You
one.
have the new one in front of you.
So
So
the
we did
LOD
move-
line goes even further down than I thought it was going to.
Sorry, Joe.
I did pull that back, and we did put on there that we weren't gonna clear the trees along the road there.
Yeah, mine. Think it's here?
So the entire front of the house, from the house down to the road, is being cleared. Am I correct?
In front of the house, yes, but not on the side of the house.
And yet,
We left that
showing
slope,
only about 40 feet or so north of Garter Road, south of Garter Road.
Right.
South of Garter Road was being, really, is that Compass Road the right way?
Yeah.
It is, okay. Just slopes on that side of the road that way.
It's a survey.
I know, but I'm trying to, I drove past this. And this property is on the north side of Garter Road. But
South
according
side,
to the
south
Compass
side.
Road, it's on the south side.
south side.
It is on the south side, and I've got my directions all screwed up, I'm sorry.
That's all right, that's all right.
Lois, look at
But
that location map up in the
I,
corner.
I got it now,
If
it
you
was, it
do
was my
look at
mistake.
the
my
front of the
mistake.
property, where the wooded slope is, where the
Yeah.
wooded slope is,
Mhm.
we're gonna maintain that, right? But we do need to open up in front of the house, and to me, and talking to my client, there was no sense in leaving a berm in front of the house, that you can't see the front of the house. You know, if we leave that slope, the slope goes up there a little bit.
Oh, I'm only talking about from the, what is it? 398 elevation contour?
She's looking at over here in the corner, I think. See over here?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, and I
I mean, I understand going straight down from the house to the road,
Yeah.
but I guess he wants to clear more of the side of the property also. Am I correct on that one? The front side. There's the front
Right.
center, there's the front
Right.
side.
That's the east side.
This is, and this is the old map, so you have to forgive me
Yeah.
a little bit for this. But in front of the house, we have it cleared. But on this slope, when you look at the lot, it slopes up. That we agreed to, we'll maintain that as vegetation. So for this corner right in here, we would agree to keep it as vegetation. But in front of his house, he would like visibility. And these slopes over here, some of these slopes is, some of that slope is just restoring the sloping that was already done over here.
Right, well, I understand everything to the east of the house,
Right, right.
definitely.
And Lois, in
So-
front of the house, they've
Right,
got
so,
the-
you know, if we, you know, what he didn't want to do is keep like a bubble like this, the hillside all the way here. He wants to go up his driveway and see the front of his house. So I thought it was a good compromise to come across a slope like this.
Okay, it's a jut in the LOD line, it's not a straight line, is there something going on there that needs to be changed?
No, and we'll try to maintain as much as that as possible, so.
Okay, do you know what I'm talking about when I
Yeah, there's a
talk
little
about the jut?
elbow and the silt fence there.
There's a, you've got it come down, it's got a little,
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like,
instead of going straight down and straight across, it's got this
Yes.
little
you dip the
deviation there.
LOD line
We
below
would-
the
if-
building
if-
line is what he did.
Oh.
If the board chooses to straighten that out as a condition of approval, we would be glad to do that.
It's mine, I was just curious, I didn't know if there was.
No,
a
there was no
reason for it.
particular reason.
Okay. I'm done, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Anything else, Scott, from your comments?
Well, hold on a second, let's take a look. No, I'm good.
Okay, we met all the conditions as far as the notice and all that stuff.
He provided the notice to the town. We've been out and looked at it. There's no disturbance. Normally, we like to provide a little input. We didn't have time because the selectman's office didn't send it to us. But we have been out and seen that there's no encroachment into the conservation. So that's good. And then we can talk about whether or not the contingency that we talked about for the sidewalk.
Okay. Nothing else? All right, then it's a regular hearing, so we'll go ahead and close the regular item.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving right along. I think we are at IWC 2014-04, 24 Commerce Drive, Commerce Holding LLC, to address LCP 2016-09, work within a regulated area to obtain permit to construct industrial building. Actually, before we start this one, can we take a quick 5-minute recess? Thank you.
All right, hold on, we'll get you, hold on.
You have your own,
I do, but it's on here too.
it's on here too.
It is on there, I combined it. Except there weren't.
What's this one? We're doing 20, oh, you
24
got it.
comments.
After what time? 10?
Okay.
Technically. I don't trust that clock. 9:30, holy cow.
Yes, we did, 296 Gargo. So we already did 36 Timothy Hill, what, under subdivision report?
At least after this.
So we jumped down
Well,
to 24
right now,
Commerce.
it's a little long. This is all just him updating us, so we might hold off on these.
Those are all fruit things, yeah. Can I Jones on some of your chocolate?
I'm sorry, I've been hungry.
Yeah, you really have, and I'm just sitting down here like panting, waiting.
Listen, that's the
Just
last
for
M&M
I've got
you're
an
getting
entire
off
plate
me
of strawberry muffins.
until I get my,
I know, so we're gonna
Pass
have
the
the.
muffins.
until I get my deck permit. It's the last M&M you're taking from me until I get my permit.
You don't have a permit?
I totally tracked that baby down for you, it's going like that.
It's been a week. It's been a week and 2 days.
Uh-huh. You think you're the only permit we have in there?
I'm the most important, for sure.
You know what I did just for tonight's meeting?
No, I'm messing with you.
I know.
My property is an absolute mess. I just need to get this thing done.
I found my pen. But I lost an M&M.
It's right there on the carpet.
Where?
No, it's a wrapper.
There's a purple wrapper. That's not me though. Just for the record.
That's what they called me in high school.
Oh, jeepers, I,
Purple wrapper? Really?
We still on?
The whole world knows what you're calling me.
The vacuum will keep it. You'll get it.
Okay. We are continuing our meeting, starting with IWC 2017-04. Lois, if you want to like read the public hearing notice?
Certainly. Let's see. The Monroe Inland Wetlands Commission will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, June 14th, 2017, at 7 p.m. in the Town Hall Council Chambers, 7 Fan Hill Road, on the following application. IWC 2017-04, 24 Commerce Drive, Monroe, Connecticut, Commerce Holdings LLC, to address ICP 2016-09, work within a regulated area and to obtain permit to construct an industrial building. This was in the Monroe Courier, Thursday, June 1st, 2017, and Thursday, June 8th, 2017.
Bill Carboni, Spath, Bjork and Associates. I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of Connecticut. This project, as we stated, was at 24 Commerce Drive. This is Commerce Drive here. We're at the very end. This is Seymour Sheridan here. really good stuff sits up on the hill here. This is the west branch of the Quantic River. This project was previously approved both by this commission and by the Planning and Zoning Commission. This commission approved it in February 2011, Planning and Zoning in September 2011. These approvals were obtained by a previous owner of the property. Work was done on this site by that previous owner, but the current owner has received a citation dated September 2016. The citation listed 6 potential violations or non-compliant activities. They included filling, grading, and tree cutting in the wetlands or regulated uplands, non-compliant activities in wetlands or regulated uplands without a permit, commencement of work without the authorization to proceed, and no request for, they did not respond to the request for an application. A survey was done by Lewis Associates, conducted in November of 2016. Lewis Associates did the original survey also. The survey showed that there was no filling, grading, tree cutting, or non-compliant activities in the wetlands or regulated uplands that was not approved by the original approval for this site. There was activities within the area without prior authorization, and there was no pre-construction meeting which was held on this, which I believe are the items of the violation. I met with Scott to outline the required data needed to clear the citation. This included the demarcation of the 100-foot flood line, improved landscaping, a new application for a site plan. This new site plan will clear the violations of the problems with the violations. However, since the approval of the development in 2011, the zoning regulations have been changed. Therefore, the 2011 site plan is no longer valid. Some of the changes that have occurred in the zoning are the front and side yard setbacks have changed. You can no longer have parking in the front yard setback. Therefore, a new plan was prepared, which is what's on the screen right now. This is the original site plan. It was done by Rotundo Associates. They had, among other things, a ZBA waiver for the front yard setback, which is kind of moot at this point because the front yard setback is less than what their ZBA waiver was for. However, this parking is in the front yard setback, and that is no longer allowed. So we had this development. It was approved. We have tried to maintain as much of this approval as we can. The primary part is a row of boulders right along here, which was designed to be a demarcation between the developed areas and the non-developed areas. There are non-disturbed areas. There is 3.2 acres on the site. The development is 1.7 acres, and that's the area west of this wall. I had pictures of the wall, of the boulders, but apparently it's not here. In any case, these are large boulders, 4 to 6 to 7 feet in diameter.
Oh, there's pictures of the boulders, excuse me, sorry. I couldn't mix it with these.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is that row of boulders you're looking from the.
Those are some large boulders.
Yeah, they're big pebbles,
Yeah, they are significant, but functional. They make a great demarcation between the two. That was looking from, in this view, you saw an angle in the boulders, and that was this right in here. What we've tried to do now with the new layout is maintain that row of boulders. Again, it will be the demarcation between the undisturbed areas here and the proposed development. So we've tried to keep the original, the intent of the original approval as much as we could. What is developed on our site here is all on the west side of the boulders, except for these potential reserve areas for the septic system. This is where they were approved before, and one of the few locations on the site that, well, there's a lot of area over here, but this is as far away from the wetlands as we could get it. This is where it was approved before. We maintained that.
Bill, can I clarify the comment about that? Because I think that's a big
We'll-
issue for you. Or
We'll get to that.
you're-
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna address that, yes. Again, this was made to conform with the new zoning regulations. The size, shape, and location of the facilities have been changed slightly, but the overall plan remains the same. The building will be 14,400 square feet. Of this, there will be 1,600 square feet of office space located in this area of the building. Access to the office will be from the upper portion of the lot near these parking spaces. The garage portion of the building will be on the lower level, which is about 11 feet lower, and will be accessed through doors in the back. The drainage for this site plan has been divided into two areas. There is a high point about in this area. This area will flow to a rain garden in the front of the site. This rain garden will more than adequately store the water quality volume. It will provide the treatment according to 2004 manual and will also act as the attenuation of the peak flow. So it will be both a detention facility and a water quality. The majority of the site flows to a series of galleries in this point. All of this flows to a catch basin in here. All paved areas will go to that catch basin. There will be a swirl concentrator installed here to provide the water quality treatment. These are detention galleries that will attenuate from the 2 through 100-year storm so that they are about equal to or less than the existing conditions. Outlet from the galleries will go through an outlet control structure at this point, which Scott and I have worked on to come up with a design that will adequately detain the 100-year storm, and within the galleries, the 100-year will be at an elevation higher. There will be a minor ponding area in the pavement in this area. Flows out to a plunge pool at this area. Plunge pool will provide energy dissipation to break the velocity of the flow. It will then further be dissipated by the stone wall. The flow will have to go through the stone wall before discharging into the upland area here, the wetland, and then ultimately the stream. The building will be served by a well and septic system. Both of these are located in the front of the building. The well is about here. This is a septic system here. This is a 4x4 gallery system that will meet the demands of the building, and this has been approved by the health department. In doing this, we were confined by the well radius, the setback from the building, the setback from the property line in these two directions. We then maintained the galleries where they were previously approved. These galleries have the same lineal footage as the primary. In one of Scott's comments, he said that this is problematic in that that was 2C, I believe, right? 5C? I don't have your
Yes, 5, just comment.
comment 5.
C5.
Close.
Yeah.
He has stated that the septic reserve system needs to be relocated outside the regulated area or within the area to be altered or developed. In other words, west of the boulder wall. Otherwise, assurance of future approval / use will not be able to be provided by the IWC. We have left this here as to whether you agree with Scott's comments. We felt that it was approved there. This is a pump system. The septic will come out of the building here, it goes through a pump to this. If this should have to be utilized, the force main would have to be brought over to it. There is an alternative to it, but it is much more costly. This area right here, as I said, these were all done with 4x4 galleries. And let me bore you with some details. These galleries have an effective leaching area of 9.2. This is according to the health code. We need 690 square feet of effective area. Therefore, there's 108 lineal feet of that shown on this area. As an alternative, we could use a GST, which is by Geomatrix, use their 24-inch deep, which has an 18.1 ELA, as opposed to 9.2. So we could get that effective area in 106 feet, and so in other words, we could replace all of these 4x4 concrete galleries with expensive Geomatrix. They are proprietary systems that have a high yield. So we could, if the commission feels that this use of that reserve area sometime in the future is questionable, we could replace all of this with a proprietary system within basically the same footprint. We feel that that's what we would do is the upper row would be all primary, half of the second row would be primary, half reserve, and the bottom row would be reserve area. It would meet the health department regulations. However, we don't feel that that's really warranted. We would prefer this location as a possible future location should that septic system fail. The idea is there's not really that much possibility of failure, although it is possible. And we could either replace, should there be a failure, in this area, take out the galleries that are there, put in the Geomatrix sometime in the future, and defer the cost, and then not use that at all. But if the commission doesn't feel that that's warranted, we could do it in this area as an alternative.
Bill, did you test any of the other areas, like up here? Did you test like up in here?
That is let me go down to.
Just kind of curious.
This is a.
Steeply
Well,
sloped.
it's a cut area.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Yep. that
No.
does it.
This is the well radius, so we're up against it here. Obviously not in the building, not near the detention system. This area tested well, but it is within the 100-foot setback of the wetlands.
So I definitely get what Scott's saying. So, I mean, at some point, this permit expires, right? So after you build the building, the permit's done. So the reserve system won't be built at that point in time, God willing.
That's another alternative. We could install it now.
Right, that's what I was about to say. So it could be built as part of this permit.
Yes.
And then the only thing that would need to happen, well, I mean, you can bring the pipe outside the wetland,
Right.
the upland review area.
Pretty
And then
much.
all the work would happen outside of the wetlands if this commission thinks, so that was my only other thing I wanted to say. Because I don't think we can necessarily guarantee 30 years down the line in this property, the permit's long gone. We can't promise to say that a commission 30 years down the line, hopefully I'm not here. But, although, what do you call it, made it? Jack made it, so, we can't promise they will do it, right? So that, I think that Scott's comment's correct in that, I could see an alternative where the reserve system is built. Do you believe that is more cost-effective than switching out with the proprietary system?
Yes. Yes, we have, in other words, we have three alternatives. The way it's proposed, build the reserve and, or use a proprietary system.
How does the rest of the commission feel about that?
When you're talking about building it along with the original, with the work here, you're talking about putting it in the same place where it is?
Place where it is, except it's gonna be built as part of this permit during this, before everything, like the bond can be returned, that would be put in place.
It would be just a facility similar
So
to
they would
any
have to
of
dig
the
and
other
hook up to it.
facilities.
Well, I
later.
get that part, I just was not sure where you were proposing to put it.
Yeah.
We'll
You're not
put it
talking
right
about
where it
moving
is.
it.
That
Okay.
that has been approved by the health department. And it is within the regulated area, but a large portion of this is. One of the benefits of this, in addition to the wall, is that there is a height differential between the wall and the wetlands, but more importantly, the Pequannock River. So there's a large difference. So the possibility of encroachment into this wetlands is limited. You really have to make an effort to get outside this. That's why in the violation or citation that we had, all the work was done up in this area, nowhere near the walls. It was all within the proposed and approved site plan, just missing a few approvals.
Scott, how do you feel about that administratively, building the reserve system in advance?
Well, that's really your choice. I mean, the irony there is if you do that, then you're increasing the regulated activity and the impact that you probably would never have to do.
Right.
You know,
Yes.
and so you're left with, you know, you're not supposed to look at economics, you're supposed to look at what's right for the wetlands.
True, but I don't necessarily think that putting that reserve system there is bad for the wetlands. I just, the line would approve that going there.
Well, and the other thing too is,
That would be their problem.
you know,
That
Well,
would be
there's
their
also-
problem.
It'd be more the property owner's problem, and I don't wanna create a property owner problem down the line either.
Well, 20
But
years.
we don't know how the technical advances are gonna
True.
be.
Right, that's
You
true.
could potentially use the space in front with a proprietary system.
More than likely, what would happen and what the normal repairs are, is that we would dig these out and replace it in,
With appropriate soils.
yeah. I asked the sanitarian this, because this keeps coming up, and I asked him about this, and he says, you know, the irony of it is that the regulations make them show a reserve area, but in most cases, they go in and they rebuild in the area that the old system was in, and they don't need the reserve area. I'm like, well, if you don't need it, well, not in every case, so I guess the regulations make them do that.
exactly.
But you know, most people don't usually use it, which is the sad thing.
The reason being, one, you have a force main coming from your tanks here to that area. The normal reason for septic failures is clogging of the sidewalls of the things. They don't clean their septic tank, they put too much water into it or things like that, and you get a failure along the sidewall of these galleries. The best thing to do is dig the gallery out, 1 foot of the dirt that's been clogged, and replace it with a new thing. So,
Much more cost effective than making a force main go all the way up on the
Yeah.
other side of your
exactly.
property.
And this area has tested well, of course that one did too. But in the future, that's more than likely where we would do it. But as Scott said, the health code says we have to show this. Doesn't say we have to use it.
Right, so I guess, is it your testimony that you're?
And if you show it, it has to be real.
Well,
Yeah,
that's,
and the test pit does test out.
yes.
Is it your testimony that the applicant is willing to accept the risk of that gallery not being approved if needed 20 years down the line?
Yes,
I don't even know if I
and
can assign that.
No, that's the problem, because what you're saying to the health department is that is doable, but it isn't doable because you're not gonna be here. And no one can say whether that's gonna be approved or not. Now, the other thing I was gonna say is, it doesn't have to be built. It just, the other thing that occurred to me as we worked through this issue was that, if it's in an area that is disturbed, then there's no question mark, because then it becomes an administrative permit, and there's no question, it is allowed. So you can say to the health department, it's in a previously disturbed area, it's an administrative approval, it is allowed, it's just a matter of getting a permit.
So it's just a matter of moving the LOD line around that reserve.
Yeah, so, that's right, so in this case, if you think it's not an impact, they don't have to build, it would be kind of silly to build.
To cut all the trees down for something.
No, not that, it would be silly to put in, the actual fields. But you could, if, and this is the, it's kind of works against everything, you could cut trees down, make it a disturbed area,
And
so
then
that in the future it could just be an administrative, but it's kind of like so counterproductive, you know, it just, and this is why I was hopeful, I bring it up because it's an issue you gotta deal with one way or another.
What I would like to propose is that we approve this plan with that shown as a requirement for the reserve area to meet the health code. However, if there is a failure, the applicant will rebuild in the location of the existing septic field, either with a replacement 4x4 galleries or their 20-year equivalent, or with a proprietary system where we can fit both the primary and reserve in that area.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to do that. You're gonna have to either cut the trees down and make it a disturbed area, or not. I mean,
Don't they just have to demonstrate that there is a place where they could put another system if they needed to?
Yes.
They do.
I don't remember them having to cut trees down and prepare it.
No, but the point is, they're proposing it in your regulated area,
Yes.
and you can't approve something that's gonna happen 20 years from now, possibly.
Well, they could.
No, they can't.
Well, they'd
They can
still
only
have to go
approve
through
it
the
for 5
sanitarium.
years.
Well,
All right,
Yeah,
yeah.
and see, that's the problem, because they can approve it, 5 years goes by, and then who knows what the future brings.
Right.
They can't, in other words, the health department needs someone to guarantee to them that you can put a reserve area there. But you don't know that because it may not get approved. They don't have an obligation to approve it, is what I'm saying.
No, and most likely in 20 years.
Right.
we do.
And so,
But we can say that I can get both the primary and reserve in that area, in the existing area,
so if you can
using a
show the health
proprietary
district,
system.
if you show the health district that, they're okay with that, then the whole thing goes away.
But that means you have to put in the proprietary system day one.
Right.
Well, see, that's the problem.
And
But if the
Right.
permit expires, if it's approved as is, and the permit expires after 5 years,
Then that
and,
reserve area isn't a reserve area.
No, but
Right.
this is not a regulated area either.
so it's not authorized yet from the Wetlands Commission, basically, say 10 years down the road, they would have to come back if it does fail.
That's right.
And they can provide the alternative to do something up in front and still not have to do that reserve.
Yeah, but the problem is, the health department requires that they show a real
Yeah.
reserve area now. And that's the problem, because I totally agree with what you're saying, and that's, in all likelihood, that's what's gonna happen, and even the sanitarian agrees with that. But what he says is, but they have to have an area shown on their plan that they know they can go to, that's not a question mark. And that's why I'm bringing it up. And a lot of these have been resolved by people tweaking their plan and putting it in an area that's getting disturbed anyway. It's a regulated activity.
Right.
And then I could do it as an agent approval later.
Is it possible to put under the driveway as well?
I could most likely put it here.
Yeah, like right there.
I mean, I know it's costly to dig up your driveway and stuff, but again, you're not hoping to build a reserve area ever,
True.
but it's in a disturbed area, you could put it under your driveway.
I just don't have testing.
Yeah, like that's what you should do. You should test that and put it there if it meets the testing, and then you're, you know,
Done.
you're done. Yeah.
Or I come back and put a proprietary.
Or you could do that, which is more expensive.
You have options.
It's, yeah, I don't know by the
Or, I
time
mean,
you
or you
have to
could
replace
propose
your
cutting down the
driveway,
trees, which, you know, I'm not huge on, but.
No, what I'm saying,
if you ever have to do
What
it.
I'm
Well, then it
saying, what
solves the
they're
reserve
saying
problem,
is,
and then you can just gonna go back and fix
Yeah.
it by
Do whatever I
redoing
want.
the system you have now anyway, like
Right.
you just said.
right, so you're just, on paper, you're showing that it could go.
Which is what I'm
underneath the
doing now,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, that works.
Okay,
that's why I was bringing it up now, because
yeah.
I have that.
Scott has some other comments here, which are mostly engineering, and I think we can work it out later. He disagreed with my use of the values and the existing conditions under the detention. What I used was you said I shouldn't use fallow land in the existing. I used 1984 conditions, which were pre any of that disturbance, and that was fallow, the area that I called.
oh, so you're saying before they did anything out
Right,
there,
in
there was
1984,
like a
there was
field type of,
A big area right in here.
okay.
It was, which is
I was
why I
unaware
used
of
that. The bottom of the galleries were labeled on the detail sheet, sheet D3. The floodplain, I think I provided that information, although maybe not all of it, and I think those are something that we can work out in just putting it into the engineering report. But those are the comments from today's review. The only one is the detention that is of any significance. So, which does the commission desire? Just put it, test it and put it underneath the roadway?
I think that's the best of all options personally. I
Okay.
mean, it's either, I think really the two feasibles are testing and putting it onto the roadway or putting in the proprietary solution. But I think the proprietary solution might even not be as good of an option because it's not really two separate areas, right? So if
As
one
I say,
fails, you still don't have any like separation, right? So I
Right.
think having it under the driveway gives you at least separation that if that area completely fails for some reason,
Yes.
then you have another area
I'm gonna have to look to see if that's possible.
with, you know, hydrology and all
Well,
the
no,
levels.
I've got, this is the well radius here. I've got to be 25 feet off the building, and here,
Yeah, it's tight.
it's tight. So, that one I didn't analyze. I'll have to come back and find out about that location, even before we go out and test it.
And I mean, even the area in the upland that you have the driveway, you know what I mean, like, that's all previously disturbed, that whole entire loop. I don't know how far away, I don't think you have to be any kind of distance away from those galleries. But
Well, yeah.
I don't know, your building radius might be affecting you there, but I just wanna, like, all of that, even though it's upland review, it's previously disturbed
By this proposed
by
development.
this proposed
Yes,
development.
Yes, it is. All right, and we'll come back with an alternative that treats that septic system. I'll find out if that's viable. If not, we'll have to go with this one, with the proprietary.
Could you put it, I don't know what the P and Z restrictions are, if there are any, right along the property border where that 410 court contour is? Keep going up, where the red line intersects, actually. Could you put it above the red line and put them in a linear fashion instead, and just get them right outside the URA?
I have to be 10 feet from the property
You
line
have to
when
be
you're
10 feet.
downstream.
Okay.
It's 25 when you're in the other direction.
So would you be able to squeeze
I
it in?
could reduce the amount of area in the regulated area. I could slide these westerly and move it up, but it's not gonna take it out of the regulated area. Don't forget, I've got 2 rows here.
I mean, what if you
I
put,
need
I know.
I need
what
100
if, what
feet.
if you propose the proprietary solution there?
There's no advantage to that.
Well, it cuts down on the area, right?
You mean, could I fit it right in here?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if you have to encroach a little bit, and we say, cut down that tree and move the limited disturbance around that.
Yes. I've never had a commission tell me that before.
Cut down one tree? Just one, you're allowed one tree.
Wait, that's it? One per project or per lifetime?
A lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I would need 53 feet along there, which is about one of those rows.
That's still pretty tight.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so that applies not. I was just throwing ideas out.
You got a bunch of
I still
options,
got my tree
yeah.
left.
Okay.
All right, then we will have to come back with a solution to the septic.
All right, are you done with your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I have some questions. Now the use is different than the original
No,
proposed, it wasn't? It's not
they're
different.
both industrial buildings, both of them had,
No, this is being for storage and maintenance of vehicles, correct?
right.
Okay,
The
is
other-
there,
I believe the other one was
Yeah,
too.
the other was the same thing.
the
was
same
it? I
use.
just don't remember, I mean, God knows, there's so many applications. What kind of vehicles?
If they maintain the building, and it would be for colonial sanitation vehicles.
Oh, so we're talking about all kinds of, okay.
No, they empty it before they store them.
No. They do. I'm talking about hydraulic fluid and that kind of thing that
Yes.
can escape. Do
Yes.
they clean the inside of this garage? And if so, what do they do with the clean, where do they store the cleaning materials? And how do they, what's the process?
Well, there are no floor drains in the building, so we don't have any direct connection to anything. If they, oops. Obviously, the garage doors are along here. Any flow that they don't take care of internally and take out would go through the mechanical treatment device located here, which is a sand oil separator. We propose the use of the Unistorm Model 5R, manufactured by Environment 21 at the Connecticut Precast here in Monroe. And it is a product that they have tested and got certified to remove both oils and sediment. So if they don't maintain it within the building, which would be the preferred method, any escape that's coming out of there will be treated before going to the detention system.
Am I hearing you right? They may be maintaining the vehicles outside the building?
No. If they maintain a building in here, the idea is to clean anything in here and not wash it out the doors. It would be cleaned within the building. Any fluids would be cleaned within the building,
Or be picked up, yeah.
or sopped,
Yeah.
with cat litter stuff.
Okay. And the garage doors, is that crosshatch at the top?
No, that is the garage doors are all along here. There will be 15 bays.
Each
That
one
is a,
15 bay. Okay,
Truck delivery area is
that makes
a
sense.
requirement of the zoning to have a united parcel for them to stop in that area. You're talking about storage. This area in here, the office is 11 feet higher than here. They propose using the area underneath the office for storage.
Oh, I was thinking the opposite. Okay. So the office is gonna be raised, the whole property will be sloped. So
Right,
you'll still
there's
you'll enter at grade to the office.
Up on this,
Okay.
and that's 11 feet higher than the floor down here, so you don't have enough area, height there to store a vehicle, but you can't store equipment, cleaning fluids, or whatever you choose to put in there.
They're not proposing to do any maintenance to the trucks,
No.
work on the trucks in this facility?
No.
Okay.
How much of the runoff will be going through the spillway? You've got a riprap spillway at the very bottom of the plan, at the end of the parking lot. How much of it is being
This one
funneled?
right here,
Yes.
Yes, that one.
none.
No.
When Scott and I changed the criteria from a 25-year, or Scott changed it from 25 to 100, what we tried to do was maintain the same number of galleries that were designed for the 25, and use this area of the parking lot as a stormwater storage area. The maximum elevation, well, there's 2 feet between here, and I think we have 5.5 foot from there to there of water storage. This is an emergency overflow. The parking lot right here is at elevation 400. The maximum water elevation in a 100-year storm doing this without looking at my report, is about $399. This spillway here is at $399.5, so it's an emergency spillway. What we've done, we also, in the report, designed the emergency conditions, which is to assume that the orifice in the outlet control structure is clogged in a 100-year storm, and it would overflow the top of this at elevation 398 something or another. So it would flow through here with a clogged orifice during a 100-year storm. So even in that case, it does not go out
Okay,
here. This is something beyond that.
excellent.
Becomes a giant pool.
Did you say there was silt fences already in existence between the boulders and the wetlands? I thought I read that someplace, I just wanted to confirm it.
There is silt fence. The silt fence, I assume, was in good condition when they did the work that was done illegally and not in satisfactory condition. It would have to be replaced. That point was just that there was silt fence when they did the work.
Can we
So-
put the silt fence or the whatever erosion control you're gonna use in front of the boulders then,
Yes.
instead of behind it?
Yeah, on the uphill side,
Yes,
yes.
okay, because it's not notated on the form, so,
It's on the downhill side right now.
yeah, it's on the downhill side, as existing, which it is, but it's not satisfactory, so new
Right.
erosion control needs to be
I mean,
established.
it's 7 years old or something like that, and it's not
Shabby.
done.
All right, so that can be a condition,
Well, I think that's on the erosion control plan.
is it?
Should be.
Well, right now it has it on the downhill side.
Erosion control. No, it doesn't show it.
Oh, wait, I might be on the wrong plan, hold on.
I don't see it.
E1,
You see it here? This is the old, existing.
let's have a go. It's on the downhill side, mainly because I will revise that, it's on the downhill side because the landscaping plan, LP1, takes the landscaping right up to the boulders.
But you can do the landscaping after the
No, the existing is
sediment, the silt fence has been removed, right?
You have disturbance,
boulders and
Yeah, I guess
existing.
you are still disturbing it, right?
yeah.
It's a good point.
I mean,
If you use something other than silt fence, if you use something that was plantable like a berm, a wood chip berm or something,
wood
you
chip
could
berm.
plant right into.
I don't know if there's enough trees to be cut down. There might be. We
Well,
could,
that's true, most of it's been cleared already.
it's been cleared. There is a large area from about this portion of the building. The existing clearing is from here forward.
Mhm.
Here down is still treed, but it's not a heavily forested area. To the extent possible from the on-site trees, we will use a chip berm on the uphill side of the boulders. Put the silt fence as shown, and then put the wood chips on the uphill side, and then as they just deteriorate, you still have the boulders. They aren't going anywhere.
Very true.
Well, then why would you need the silt fence on the downhill side?
Well, because the boulders aren't.
Boulders aren't tight.
Yeah,
It's
they're
not a
not.
stone wall.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
gaps
I
between it
understand
that would
okay.
allow.
I was trying to avoid putting more silt fence on, didn't it, down that far, that's all.
I don't think, can you get that picture back?
Absolutely. Here you go.
You can see that there is an area along here where we can put the silt fence without taking trees down. And you can see there's not much undergrowth anywhere. Down in here, even so, the trees are rather sparse and small. So I think we could weave the silt fence on the downhill side of the border,
Okay.
boulders without disturbing trees.
Okay. Actually, maybe you could use the chip berms wherever the silt fence is in the worst condition.
No, we'll have to put
No,
new
you
silt
have to
fence
put all the,
up.
okay,
No.
never mind.
What
then.
we'll have to do
But the
is,
chip berm is not.
we'll
a
use the
problem.
chip berm in the most disturbed area, because I think we'll run out of strip chips before we run out of the boulder, along the boulder, so we'll put it in this area where the heaviest disturbance is.
Did we get rain garden details?
Now, you have the planting on the landscape plan, LP1, where he shows the plantings around it. The grading is on the site plan. I don't think there is a detail other than the landscaping, but I don't know what you show.
Shouldn't there be?
Well, if you got the grading and you got the plants, there isn't much left.
No, there's dirt, there's compaction, there's the type of dirt, there's,
No.
Basically, a profile, cross-section of how they're gonna, how it's gonna be constructed.
Overall, though, I thought the planting plan was pretty good.
Yeah. Good size plants, good variety.
There's not a lot in the middle, so it's,
I have one comment on the plunge pool by the stone wall.
yes.
I'm more of a proponent of level spreaders than plunge pools. Is there a reason to have a plunge pool?
Limited area,
I'm sorry?
limited area.
With a level spreader, just horizontal,
Well, the length of it, if we base the level spreader on a 15-inch pipe, which is that's the size pipe, it extend, we don't have enough room between the end of the pipe and the wall, so we use the plunge pool, which gives you better energy dissipation in a smaller area.
between the pipe and what wall?
The boulders,
Oh, the boulder walls.
that's a limited amount of area and a
So-
limited length in there.
So is it the volume or the velocity that's the reason why you'd rather do the plunge pool?
If we did a level spreader and did it according to 2004 or the DOT manual, it will require more length from here to here. So what we did was we put a plunge pool that gives us a 2-foot depth of water, and then it can overflow on 3 sides and then be dissipated through the,
Right, but I'm
To the
talking about a
boulders.
level spreader going parallel, if you will, with your parking lot curb line, not straight out, not like a riprap channel. Talking about you have an outlet and you have a level spreader coming out of that. No?
oh, no, all right, no, I was thinking of the.
Something different?
Well, yeah, what's required by the 2004 manual with the level spreader going parallel with the pipe, which is also called. a level-
Perpendicular.
Perpendicular.
Perpendicular to the pipe.
You're saying perpendicular.
Yes.
But the manual usually goes in the same direction as the pipe. But you're talking about a different type of, they're both called the same thing, but.
Yes, it's a different type that's for
Yes.
somewhere, you can, yeah, for using for somewhere else.
All right, I could change that. I mean, I could go level spreader the other direction. That's,
And Bill, when you do the level spreader, what I typically look for is a rigid lip on it. And what I suggest people use is a precast curbing, because the wood rots and riprap and things like that aren't gonna give you a rigid lip.
you know, and it's easier than poured in place too.
Yeah, it's easiest thing I've seen is you put precast curbing and you make sure that you set them nice and level, and that makes a great rigid lip.
I'm done with questions.
Do you have any more questions, Jeff? Or any other commission members? Okay, all right.
Okay, so
Oh, maintenance plan on the mechanical unit, is that something that you'd be able to provide? Schedule of some sort? Is this a type of system that, once it fills up, it'll just back up and flood the parking lot?
well, we
I know,
So,
so, yeah.
we're gonna be continuing the hearing,
Like
so if you
it
want to
will-
just.
Yeah,
skip that
no, I
section,
believe it's on here.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
wrote
what
it.
we've been doing recently is we have a plan, written maintenance plan on the plans, and then post notice of that somewhere in the building. They would put a sign or something in the building to, and then beyond that, the MS4 program coming out is, you know what's happening with that, and somehow the state's looking for somebody to do follow-up and that kind of thing, but I don't think we're gonna see that for a few years.
The maintenance plan is on sheet D1 under oil sand separator. And that is, but it really says you maintain it according to manufacturer's suggestions. I've listed some of the things as to when you clean it out, when it's created. The scum is, the floaters are more than an inch, and the sediment on the bottom is more than 6 inches. That's a condensed thing of the manufacturers. This particular manufacturer, if a different one is proposed later that has equivalent to this, then it would be whatever they propose as a maintenance plan. But that's basically it. And it's, the manufacturers is obviously more likely.
So inspection twice a year.
Yep.
With removal if the sediment's more than 6 inches deep, and you said the what, the?
The 1 inch, the floatables
Floatables, okay.
is greater than 1 inch. That's how their system works.
Okay, is there anything else, Bill, you'd like to present? Okay, then any other questions from the commission?
So just briefly, my understanding is the commission wants a detail of the rain garden, including a profile, the septic, whatever we choose to do, a level spreader parallel with a wall.
That is what I understand as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Donna, if you want to read the
Yep.
exhibits?
Exhibit 1 were the initial town engineer comments. Exhibit 2 is an 11-sheet map set titled 24 Commerce Drive, Site Improvements. Oh, it's from Spath Bajorklin. It was a document that was dated 4/12/17. The revision date was 6/5/17. Exhibit 3 is the engineering report. The original document date was 4/11/17, and the revision date is 6/1/17. And exhibit number 4 are the updated engineer comments by Scott, and those were dated originally 4/26, revision date 6/14/17.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, as it's a public hearing, we'll open up the public each night of the hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to speak in support of this application? Is there anybody who'd like to speak against this application? Is there anybody who'd like to make comments of a general nature about this application? Okay, hearing none, is there anything else you'd like to bring up tonight, Bill? Okay, then we will go ahead and extend this hearing to our next meeting. Thank you. Okay, giving a minute to reset. The next hearing is IWV 2017-08, 786 Main Street, Edgerton. Mitigation of existing disturbances within an upland review area to include removal of structures. Just to note, this application was changed to remediation submission. Do we have a public notice for this one? No,
Well,
because it changed to a violation, right?
right, it did, and it did have, we did actually do a public hearing notice for it, but now it's a remediation.
Yeah, so I don't think we need to read it to the
Okay.
record.
Good evening. My name is Jim Swift. I'm a professional engineer, landscape architect with offices 102 Village Drive in Shelton, Connecticut. Let me see if I can just get this to full screen. There's a way. That wasn't it. That's okay. We can do it this way. So what we have here is the site at the address that was stated. It's a 21.5 acre site. It's the Edgerton heating and cooling site. And you can see this is the entire site, the entire 21.5 acres. There was quite a significant amount of wetlands. You can see those are shown in the yellowish green. And you can see the upland review areas, 100 feet, those green lines that go around those areas. We have one building on the site with one smaller garage building on the site. And we have two areas, some are paved, which is basically this area and through here. And then there's a lighter area that'll show up a little bit better on some future drawings, but it's an area that's covered with gravel and some millings, and is more or less the subject of what we're going to talk about tonight. This has come to the attention of this commission and planning and zoning. There was an addition put on the main building over in this location, and when staff and agents of the town came out, they realized that there were some things going on that have been building up over the years that were not appropriate. And so the first step that happened several years ago was to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission and try and square away this building and call for some other things on the site, such as some restriping, fencing around a dumpster area. And there was some storage of carnival equipment, things like that, in those areas. And the Zoning Commission asked for those things to be removed, square away a few of those other things, and that was done. And the other part of that agreement was that, obviously, since we have proximity to wetlands, is to come before this board for mitigation for some of those prior disturbances. So, wow, that's interesting.
What's it doing?
Psychedelic.
I don't know, what is it doing?
There's a lot of yellow things on
That's a
there.
lot of notes.
Blow it up a little bit, maybe, I don't know.
It'll make them bigger.
Yeah, it might.
Here, let me do something.
Go ahead.
Kept them the same
It's
size.
got little tiny notes on it.
And what are the notes?
What are those things?
It hasn't been on any of the files or examinations I've done.
Oh, you know what those are? Those are, somehow you hit
Show invisibles?
Comments.
Yeah, they're comment bubbles or whatever. Yeah, each one of them has one.
I would love to get rid of those. Show comment list. No, thank you.
No.
Show,
Let's hide that.
If you,
hide comment list.
But
I've never seen that.
I've never seen them pop up.
Before.
Show comment markup toolbar.
Yeah, try that, see if that has a hide. One up.
What up? Right
Yeah.
And then see if you can
Wait, under the show,
see the show.
on the right, yep, there you go. Hide all comments.
hey, look at that.
Ta-da.
All right,
I'll take it.
our Adobe
Well done.
tutorial will be complete for tonight.
Okay, so X out of it, no, down.
Well, good page.
Yeah, just close that bar. There you go. Perfect.
It's hard to see it.
Okay, now we're legible. Okay, so you know, again, this is a blow-up of the area in question. This is the striping that the commission asked us to do, the Planning and Zoning Commission. Some fencing, some other things. And these are the areas that in question. This is a gravel area with millings. This is existing gravel area, and we promised the Planning and Zoning Commission we come to this commission to mitigate some of those things. So we'll start up in this area, which is the I guess I'll call it the north area, and I would like to blow that up a little bit. No, that's not going to do it.
Nope,
That's
you're
really
going the
not
wrong
gonna do
direction.
it.
If you go back to 75, if you want to just use that little lasso, that might be the right size for you.
All right, let's try that.
Nope.
Whoops. You didn't have the little hand.
Okay. So let's go up a little bit. Okay, so that's a little better. So basically, we have an area over here that there wasn't a lot of storage or other things, but it was areas that we weren't particularly using, and interestingly enough, it was separated by a line of stones and boulders that fall down along this line and then down in this location. So that was a pretty clear area that should be mitigated. This side of the area is used for truck storage, things of that nature. So what we're proposing to do in this area is remove all the materials that were placed there. The gravel, the millings, get rid of all that, excavate it, take it off-site, come back in, and the green's a little bit hard to see, but basically take that material out till we get to something more like natural soils, and then topsoil it and seed it, and I'll have more information on that in a little bit. And again, you can see the wetlands limit line over here. You can see the upland review line over here. We did get Scott's first series of comments, and we had a meeting. We came in, and one of the things we decided to do is, since a lot of this edge of the disturbance area does seem to run off in that direction, what we're proposing to do is do a grass swale along this area. The topography flows naturally in this direction. So if we just do a swale and off in this direction, if we do a grass swale, that water's going to come off of that into that grass swale and then exit out into the wetlands. And you can see this is our detail of the grass swale. Just a couple of feet wide, a 3-on-1 side slope, doesn't need to be more than 12 inches deep. Coat it with, get it with, going with topsoil and seed. So that was one of the areas that we decided to do on that location. Let's see if I can get to this lower area, which is where a lot more of the activity is taking place. There's an area in here which is also millings, which we do need to store some of our longer trucks and that sort of thing, so this is to remain. And then coming down into this area where there's millings and gravel, that was where there was quite a bit of carnival equipment that was stored in there for quite some time. So again, along the same lines, we're going to remove all the millings and all the gravel in that area, loam and seed it. There's still a fabric shed in there that we need to take out. There's some concrete with an old above-ground fuel tank that needs to come out. But we're also proposing in our mitigation plan to do a little bit more in this area. And this parking lot up here, the entire area is very, very flat. There's no storm drainage, piping, anything of that nature. And all of this parking lot area flows down more or less sheet flow down to this edge of the existing pavement. So one of the things we're proposing to do is to build a rain garden to take that kind of flow. So this This is actually an upgrade to what the existing condition was. And again, I got these updated drawings to Scott just yesterday, so I'm sure there's no comments to be had at this point.
Well, did you get the comments I sent you this afternoon?
I'm sorry, I didn't know it was out this afternoon.
Okay. You have an extra one by any chance?
Okay. Well, I'm sure.
I just sent them, I did send you the updated.
Oh.
Okay,
There's these.
but,
Yeah, the ones I just did today.
Yeah,
but I'm sure we'll go over
there you
those.
go.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's a hard copy for you.
Okay, very good, thank you, thank you. So what we're proposing to do is as we bring that water down, what we're gonna do is we're proposing a rain garden in this area, which will take 1 inch of flow from all of this existing pavement up in that location. So we'll take 1 inch of that flow, we'll bring it down, we'll have a rain garden that holds that amount. But the other thing we thought would be appropriate is to extend that rain garden across this whole area, so as all this water is flowing off this existing bituminous pavement, it'll flow down this way, flow into this area, and then make its way out into the wetlands. There is another issue that we have, which is some of the folks that were in there, unbeknownst, I believe, to the Edgerton folks, is they pushed some of this fill out into the wetlands after the date that we had these wetlands flagged and located, which is only a few years ago. And there is a note on there. But this dark green that you see here is disturbance and fill placement that went in after we had the wetlands limit line flagged. So clearly we need to address that. And what we propose to do there is to take that material out of that location. And what we have is 2 sections here. So I'll go over the first one. This is our rain garden section. We have obviously a depression. It's a minimum of 15 inches deep. It is deeper in some locations. After we take the gravel and the other materials out, we'll come in, we'll put some viable topsoil in. We'll plant some sedges, things like that along the outer locations, and put the appropriate seed mix in the rain garden itself proper, but also we thought we'd do a little bit extra along the edges. Now you come down to a typical section of where this is the existing pavement or gravel. This is the flagged wetland limit line, and this is where there's a pile or a disturbance that's been shoved into the wetlands proper. And our proposal there is to excavate, just get that removed, get it all removed. We know there's wetlands, good wetland soils down there, so that we call for that to be completely removed. As they're removing it, we'll be examining it, and as soon as we hit the existing wetland soil, we'll stop, we'll do mitigation plantings in there. So now we come to, and I'll get to the landscaping a little bit in a second. Let's go to, and we want, page. This is the soil erosion control plan. It's all the standard issues that you would expect to see in a soil erosion control plan. Some of these, the anti-tracking areas, things like that. But what order and how we want these things done to get these areas remediated. Last, we have the landscape plan, and you'll be able to see these better in your actual full-size plans. But what the landscape plan does is it gets very detailed in how we want to restore these to meadows. And we have very specific seed mixes. These are out of the soil erosion control manual, published by the state. So as we take out this gravel, put in the topsoil, this is the application rate that we're looking for to restore this to a meadow. Coming down in this area, this is very similarly the same. I actually think that this may actually generate into more of a wet meadow because it's much flatter than this area up here. But again, the specific seed mixes. Coming down in this location, since these areas are getting down into the existing wetland soils, this planting list here is much more specific to restore that to the natural wetland area. And then the last highlight on the landscape plan is we do have 3 areas of invasives in here, and they're mostly briars and phragmites, and we're proposing to, or calling for those to be removed from the site.
Jim, I don't have a landscape plan.
Yeah, I don't have sheets 2 and 4 of, or sorry, 3 and 4 of this. It says 1 of 2 or 2.
Yeah, 1 of
Yeah,
4,
I-
Supposed to be
2
4
of
sheets, we
4.
don't have.
Yeah, I think
One,
the
two, four.
reductions were just the main seats. The full sets were the full sets of drawings. So I'll need to get you, I guess, looking at the reduced drawings, I'll need to get you those. Now, so we have been talking to staff, of course, and one of the things that we talked about, Scott and I talked about, was what else should be done in these restored meadow areas. You'll notice we're not proposing any tree cover or anything like that, and I understand that that's something that the commission may be interested in. One of the things that we'll need to do in both of these areas is we'll need to ensure that we don't get invasives in and that just take over. So what we're counting on that we're going to have to do is my proposal is to mow those like twice a year, just to make sure we don't get briars, Russian owl, things like that in there. And I did not propose any trees or overstory cover in there to make that, to facilitate that a little bit more. I understand that the commission may, want something more, that they may want trees. So we're open to discussion on what the commission may like to see in there.
What was in there? Like before?
What used to be in there? No, I don't know. That's from some years ago. I mean, the disturbance of these areas goes back many, many years. It would be very, very hard to track who did what when. It's just something that we don't know. I mean, we do know that this is just a typical. These are red maple swamps. Primarily red maple. We do have some oaks and things like that in there.
Any questions from the commission?
I would definitely be in favor of seeing a planting plan with species and
You're talking about an overstory planting.
a landscape plan that shows trees, shrubs, diversity. We're looking at a mitigation, so that would be part of it. That would be in the wetlands where you're removing the fill and as well as in the upland review areas.
Yeah, well, that we have, that we're much more specific. See if I can figure out the right.
Can we have copies of it for next time? So we actually get to look at it?
This area is much more specific. We're looking at rush, blue joint grass, sweet flag, things of that nature. This wetland is very, very wet. There's a lot of standing water in there. And I would hesitate to try and plant anything in there that, like a red maple or anything like that. I think we need to concentrate more on plants in those areas that we can plant in the wet.
Yeah, I mean,
I think as we
it'd be good to
see,
see this, review this plan, because I didn't see this sheet, so.
Mhm.
But that rain garden, can you just explain again, what water is that rain garden catching?
Sure. There's, let's see if I can.
You can just grab it.
Just grab it, it's
The
on the
hand
grab
is-
tool.
There you go.
Yeah, I just want to try and get a little bit more of that area so I can draw that on there. Let's go back one more. Okay. The watershed, the total watershed for that area goes up this line to a high point here, comes across, down against this line of the building, down and down like that. And Scott does have a drainage computation that shows that watershed, you know, and it's a very simple computation. If you got the area, 1 inch of runoff, you know, it's pretty straightforward. But I can also get that on the screen at some future point.
My initial concern is that there's no treatment. It's water that's basically hitting, it's stormwater runoff from the parking lot that's going into a rain garden, which will interact with groundwater, which
Yep.
will interact with surface water, and there's no treatment in between, so.
Right.
Is there anything proposed? For
It's
treatment?
flat. There's very little that can be done. What, and Scott can comment on this, of course, as well. But what happens is.
I was kind of thinking of it as a water quality basin, you know?
Right,
I don't know if it's the water quality volume, but that's kind of what I was thinking. You know, this is a good time to bring up, I think the one comment that I have that is something that you definitely need to look into for the next meeting, or you need to look into, is I noticed that this water quality basin is very close to the wetland. And when there's a bust in this contour, it says 412, but then over here it says 414. So, but from what I can tell anyway, it's really supposed to be 414.
I think the 414 goes up and around, but I understand. I'll figure that out.
So when I'm looking at the bottom of your basin, and I'm comparing it to the elevation of the wetlands right next to it, I don't think you have enough, as you just said, it's so flat. I think you're gonna get water in this basin.
From the wetlands.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna hit probably shallow groundwater.
Yeah, so.
Well, I agree.
You're not gonna have the
Yeah, I agree.
volume. And I'm beginning to wonder if instead you may need to have make that whole thing, drop it down like, instead of a foot and I think it's 1.4 feet of cut you got there.
Yeah, it varies.
Instead of that, go for more like 8 inches over more than double the area.
For this.
Yeah, like make that whole thing is the only thing, because you're too deep, you're gonna fill up with water, from what I can.
It's very possible, like, because as I say, you know, I don't know if the commission has seen the site or not, but the wetland itself is standing water.
I can tell from the soils that they're very poorly
Yeah.
drained. Yeah.
So consider that. Are we getting at that we would like to take the water quality, which basically is the 1 inch, but is basically to take that 1 inch a little higher and up closer to the hard surfaces, and then isolate it slightly to another treatment basin.
Well, I think you have enough room to do a decent serpentine channel with some check dams in between, and still have a
Certainly,
large ponded area that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm, like, make that whole area,
Big
one
channel.
big S, you know,
Mhm.
and do it that way. That would also discourage any future use of it.
Mhm.
And by planting it, it would actually provide a benefit too, in terms of mitigation.
Mhm. Well, as I say, the plantings, and I think I'm on the right track now. Landscape plan.
That rain garden detail that you had?
Yeah, the rain garden detail. I mean, you know, we're looking at we can discuss whether it's effective or not. My theory has always been when I'm on the edges, I can do a lot of plantings that I know are gonna take. But when I get into the lower flat area of the rain garden, you know, I wanna stabilize it. I wanna keep invasives from coming in. But Mother Nature is gonna do a really, really good job of filling in what she really wants in there. You know, the cattails come in, other things come in naturally. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a nice wetlands grass mix in there, and then when, you know, it gets built, and again, keep out the invasives, and Mother Nature's gonna start adding other things in.
That gravel area that's beside the shed there, that's gonna stay, you mentioned?
Yeah.
Is being that close to wetlands, is that okay?
Just so you know, the Planning and Zoning Commission now requires paved areas for storage, but that is an area that they approved for storage prior to changing the regulations of that. So that's how, I mean, this isn't going to Planning and Zoning because it's just remediation. And they, right now, they have pretty much, we're interpreting it as an approval of this as storage, which is gravel. You can change that, but that's why it's shown as gravel. One of my comments is that the, over on this end, they've got the swale and the rain garden preventing access and sediment migration. On this end over here, they got the swale and they've got the boulders. I was suggesting that they have something to limit, you know, typically some boulders or fencing or something to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Scott, there are fence.
Oh, so this is fencing here?
Yeah, that is fencing,
I
that is
didn't-
call out on the.
I didn't pick up on that. I do
Okay.
see the X now. So that, I was asking for that. So,
Okay.
I don't, there's not enough room there to put a swale without going into the wetlands or encroaching into the gravel area, but that's your choice to, if you know, I don't know what you want there, if anything.
Well, at least gravel is pervious.
I kind of prefer less disturbance as possible, that are out that close to the wetlands personally. But I do appreciate
Well,
the
the fence
fence.
is not so bad.
Yeah, the fence is good.
They could put like a wood chip or compost berm along there.
Yeah, the only other thing is, I think, and I saw in your plan, you put markers up on the north side, if you will. If you
Yeah.
could extend the markers on the fence around that area, just to keep the notice out.
Yeah, that's on the second plan that I showed you.
They continue
I
down.
show the markers, 75 feet on the center and on the, so that, yeah, the markers are shown.
Thank you.
So you're saying that the gravel storage area is okay the way it is?
I think so. How does the rest of the commission feel? Okay. So I think really we just need the more details on the planting plan. And what else have we asked for?
A redesign really of how that stormwater is gonna be handled.
Yeah, serpentine.
With the serpentine, yeah, because there's not really enough,
So make this swale a little wider, you bring it down here, put a crushed stone filter dam in this end, swing it around, and then have a larger area there that's more heavily
Settling.
planted.
Okay.
Was there, sorry,
Okay.
I saw that there was I believe a soils report that was done.
Yep.
What about, was there a impact assessment done based on the work that was done and with an evaluation of what the impact was to the wetlands and a recommendation from an environmental or qualified biologist on that?
No, there wasn't. Mostly the reason is aside from some of these areas, which are clear, it's hard to know what the impact was because we don't really know what the existing condition was. I mean, certainly if the commission is interested in getting a biological input into some of the planting plans. I mean, I'm a landscape architect. I don't profess
I'm
to
just
be
curious as to the composition of the wetlands themselves and if there's any special features in these wetlands that could have been affected. I don't know. I mean, I was planning on taking a site visit.
I mean, you know, let's be honest, they were. I mean, the area was, there was runoff that was generated and discharged. And the overwhelming majority of it was from years and years and years ago when, when this kind of thing happened all the time. All that pavement, when Edgerton was first built, I mean, this is what happened. I think the issue of maybe some of these gravel areas, we don't really know. I mean, it certainly wasn't recent. I mean, there's no question that Edgerton was, flagrantly doing these things in the middle of the night. That's not the case at all. This is, you see this up and down Route 25 all the time that, that you're kind of discovering these things as, as we get more strict about wetlands. So, I certainly there's impact. There's no denying that. We're just trying to mitigate what we've got now.
Okay. Then look forward to seeing those bits we've asked for. And
could I inquire? I have one more thing that I did forget, and plus a question is the commission going to walk the site?
I believe some members have expressed interest.
Okay, because Edgerton, there is a lot of activity back there, so I think the request is that they stop in the office.
That's fine. Yeah, if they provide a phone number or something to the office, they can distribute it to the members, and we can also call ahead.
Is it on the
Yeah,
submission?
it's on
Good.
yeah.
But don't provide it for public record.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott, I'm not sure whether this is in your letter or not, but I know we talked about it, so I'll bring it up. From years
You'd
and
like
years.
to come forward and introduce yourself for the record if you have something to say. Be careful.
I didn't realize it dropped down. Hi, I'm Bob Lamb, and if you want to do a site visit, I'm going to have to provide you with my information because it's the business that's there right now is not the people that's doing the mitigation. Charles owns it, but they pay rent, and so we're trying to straighten it out because we're trying to move as rapidly as we can because I met with an attorney because he keeps calling me. He has a binded buyer on the property, and he keeps asking me when we're going to resolve this because obviously a new buyer doesn't want to have the issues. We're very willing to clean up everything, but Fred Martin has called me again this morning. I said, Fred, I'm going to a meeting tonight. We're trying to, we know there's issues. We have an engineer that's doing his best to tell us what we have to do, and we're going to resolve it. If it's as simple as, a plan showing the plantings, we're going to go ahead and do it. We would really like to start scraping off the soil that is the millings, as you call them. Get rid of them and let's scrape it off and let's bring in topsoil and start planting. We'd really like to move as rapidly as we can. The pictures of sheds, that's all out of there now. We've gotten rid of every bit of it. We had trailers on the property that was built up over the years. We had an excavator who had equipment, he's gone. The carnival people are all out of there, so we've been working diligently. The fence in the dumpster area is 95% done. It'll be completed tomorrow because they're just putting the gates on. The striping, we're gonna hold off on because we're gonna have equipment in and out. I don't wanna stripe, and, you know, that'll be the last thing we'll do is clean that up. So, you know, we're trying to expedite at this point because of the potential sale, and we'd hate to, and as everybody here is well aware of, the interest rates went up again. That's why I got a call from Attorney Martin that what's going on, they want to get moving, so. So I don't know if I said more than what you expected me to say, but if it's simply a case of, you know, redesigning the garden, my garden has tomatoes in it. I'm not familiar with this, but we're gonna do it. If you gotta redesign it, we're gonna redesign it and do it the right way, and we'll get the plantings in there, but we'd really like to expedite as quick as we can so we don't lose this potential buyer, because it's a big piece of property, and you don't have people beating our door down on a big chunk of property like that.
Can I just have you write your contact information down here?
Okay. Okay.
Or do you card or?
No, but I'm gonna give you, I have too many phone numbers, and if I don't look it up, and I give you the wrong,
So, you know, I think we'd love to give you approval to start working on, you know, scraping all that off. but
Could we
Until the whole thing is approved, I really
can't go ahead
don't
with
really
that?
want any, because if, you know, it's just, we don't want things to change during, like, if he goes back and redesigns the rain garden, we don't want him digging up all that stuff and then have to put something else back in. It's just, until it's done, I don't think it's a good idea to move forward.
okay.
I appreciate,
I thought
I
I would-
appreciate your situation.
And we'll certainly be accommodating for site visits, but I should be the one going up there because it's a total separate business that's
Fair enough.
going on there.
Does it need to be during work hours? Can it be on a weekend?
Whatever suits you guys, I'll make myself available.
Okay.
I may have my grandson, the 6-year-old, with me if I have to drag him along because school's over now,
Okay.
so.
That adds fun.
So,
Yeah, they won't talk to us about wetlands, so we're fine.
They might want to play in it.
Passive recreation's fine.
yes, I can certainly accommodate whatever to
Thank you.
Thank you.
keep it moving.
Thank you very much.
Okay? Thank
Yep,
you.
then we'll continue, and thank you for your contact info.
I just have one last question. The waste oil with Ballards, is that existing, still there?
It was there 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Sorry,
I don't know if it's.
We can see it.
But it's obviously coming.
Yeah, I just was curious. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Gotta get through some of this.
Can we just do that one, and then I'll let another,
That's probably the right thing to do.
you gotta do that one.
Well, I think we should do that one, and I think we should act on the one we closed.
I was gonna say, that's mine, I think we have to hear, is there anybody else here? No.
I don't know, I'll have to ask the crowd.
It's getting awfully late, I'm past my point of being able to think straight.
Yeah, it's.
All right, just a quick question, you guys. Is anybody here for 137 Elm Street? Or 94 West Maiden Lane?
No.
Okay, then we were probably gonna put those off until our next meeting, but I do wanna get done ICP 2016-11, and I think we should act on the hearing we closed. Okay. So Scott, if you just wanna give us an intro on where we're at with ICP 2016-11?
Which one? Oh,
14, 13,
2016-11.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. I do see people here for that. This was supposed to be, they were supposed to resubmit additional information. They submitted, or they came to you with what they said was their plan, and it was for, it was really to not do anything. You had indicated that your expectation was that you wanted to see a plan similar to the one that you previously approved. And you gave them a deadline to do that, and they did not meet that deadline. So we weren't sure what was going on. And it was on the agenda because we were looking for some direction from you as to what to do next, where you wanted to go with it next. I do see, and I think that the people that are here are for this application or for this property. So I don't.
Okay,
That's all I
so,
know.
you know, as a matter of, you know, being very open, is there an application to be made tonight?
Yes, if I can meet her.
Yeah,
Good evening, Commissioners.
you can introduce yourself for the record.
I will. Attorney Matthew Reale on behalf of the applicants, John and Christine Migliero. We're here basically to present the application that was presented back in February of 2017, which is the remediation plan that we submitted, which basically is to leave the property as is because the wetlands have regrown. I believe some of the commissioners, if not all of you, have walked to the site, and in the last 3 years, since the original plan that was approved by the commission 3 years ago in 2014, those wetlands have regrown. So we've tried to take the least intrusive method and the most prudent and feasible plan, which is to recognize the fact that time heals all wounds to a certain extent, meaning that the wetlands have regrown, period. And in addition to that, we're willing to put up placards with regard to, for lack of a proper vernacular, the conservation easement along the rear of the property. And if you want us to designate the wetlands, we'll designate the wetlands. But I think that's all that needs to be done. I mean, this is a single-family residence. You know, it's not a, it was an intrusion into the wetlands for the purposes of removing trees and branches that had fallen down as a result of the hurricane, and it's rejuvenated, period. I have my engineer here. It's the least intrusive plan. The wetlands have been preserved and have been restored, and my engineer is more than happy to explain why this is the most prudent and feasible plan.
Okay, so there are more parts to this. This has been going on for a while than just wetlands, because there is a conservation easement involved. Conservation easements have a very strict terms and policies that they cannot be touched. And if they are touched, they have to be restored. And we did get a plan to restore them and put a barrier between them, and that was the plan you were talking about. To do nothing is not putting a barrier in that path, and also not restoring the conservation easement. So that kind of goes against what the conservation easement is to begin with. Yes, some of the plantings may have grown back, but from our site walks that I've been on, there's still a substantial piece of land that still hasn't been, you know, maintained as more yard, and that was part of the conservation easement.
And could I ask you a question, Mr. Chairman? Have you read the easement?
I have seen the easement on the plans. I have not read the easement on the deed, no.
Okay, because I have a copy of the easement, and like I said, it's not your typical conservation easement. So I can submit what is the terms of that easement, and it's not your typical conservation easement. The grantor reserved the right to use the easement and basically to use that property, and basically allowed the town for the purposes of maintaining the drainage on it, and that's it, or the stream on it, and that's it.
So that's a drainage easement.
It's,
There's also a conservation easement on the property.
There's a conservation easement listed on the property, yes, but the written easement just allows the grantor to still use that property.
So the conservation easement that I understand is deed restricted as per the original application that is drawn on the map.
My engineer can testify to it.
Mm-hmm.
Was any of this wording ever submitted to the office? the easement language?
I don't recall. I wasn't involved in 2014, so I can't attest to that.
Anytime between now and then.
I believe it was part of the application, the conservation easement was put on there when the lot was subdivided.
I'm sorry, if I could just get your name and address for the
Bruce
record.
Bombero, licensed professional engineer and land surveyor.
Thank you.
It's just a stream conservation easement. I can give you a copy of it, and all it says is that the town has the right to go in there and clean the drainage, or to put in drainage pipes or sewers or any kind of utilities, and they have to return it back to the way it was. But it does not give up the owner's rights, which is right in the deed, which I'll submit to you, so you can have a copy. That's all, it's just a stream conservation easement. And that's all the easement allows, is for the town to go in and clean it up. It doesn't restrict the owner from going in and using the property.
So this is the first time any of the language has been brought to light, so give us a second to see if we can.
Well, I'd like to say that, first of all, this is a remediation application. You've asked for a submission. The office needs to get a submission so we have something we can review and provide you with some input. I can't do this on
Hearsay, no.
Yeah, on hearsay and on the fly like this.
And it was already approved and lapsed.
This was
We already
approved,
approved it.
and you requested the information come in. They did not bring any information in by the deadline date, so you're past the deadline date.
So, hold on one second, Scott. So if you're saying you're resubmitting the plan as of, what was submitted on the 14th, are you here with that plan tonight?
I'm suggesting to you that we submitted a remediation plan in February of 2017.
Right.
We came here at a hearing. Mr. Bombero did discuss the verbal terms of our remediation plan, and that's what we're standing on. That's the plan we're submitting.
And that's what we're saying. We've never acted and will never act on a verbal plan.
Okay.
We need a plan to approve. It needs to be a map. It needs to have where things have gone, where things have been restored. It has to have all the stuff that the 2014 approval had. And this is what we asked for today.
Okay.
Or for the 5th. So I think at this point, my recommendation to the commission that we send this back to the citation hearing officer to follow the process as designed. Is it, commission agree with me?
Yes.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, so that is the commission's action. We'll go ahead and make a motion on that. I'll entertain a motion to move it back to citation.
Does that need to be moved? I thought we automatically went back there after they passed the deadline.
What do you think? It doesn't hurt to have a motion, I don't think.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a second.
Jeff?
Any discussion?
Who seconded this? Jeff.
Jeff. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Okay, which was the closed hearing? The closed hearing is Gardner Road? Okay. All right, with that, we will move into deliberations on IWC 2017-05, 296 Gardner Road, DeCarlo, proposed construction of a single-family dwelling. This was continued from last meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to have the office draft an approval with conditions.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Lois, I have a second from Jason to draft a condition, or sorry, an approval letter with conditions. What are said conditions?
Well, let's see. One was the verification of the easement, they provided that, so then, I think the condition is that the sight line, that, I just need to clarify that, I need to review the information that was submitted, that, so it would be conditioned on verification that the sightline improvements are contained within the limits of the property and don't require additional easements or sloping rights. That was, I think, the only thing that had to be, and Lois wanted to straighten out the LOD line at the northwest corner of the lot. So we could word something along those lines.
That's all I had.
Okay, so I'll put together a draft approval, and you guys can act on it at the next meeting.
Great. Just notice for the record that because of the late hour, currently at 11:20, we'll be tabling the rest.
I've got like something really quick to ask you on these administrative reviews.
Okay.
The first one was 54 Wild Horse Court. This was an agent approval that you granted 2 years ago. They built a retaining wall in the backyard. It fell over. They're in a divorce, and I need to send out a notice of violation. You agree that you can send out a notice of violation saying that they need to put up soil and erosion control before it goes into the wetlands?
Yeah, it's erosion control. It's not a stone retaining wall, right?
It was a retaining wall that fell over.
Oh, so it's the erosion risk.
So now there's all
right.
mud and stuff.
Yep.
All right, so I'll do an NOV for that. And then I've got a 38 Webb Circle, which, do you have that?
Oh, that's been around a long time.
38 Webb Circle, you had a deadline. They never met the deadline. Where are those in here?
I don't have Web Circle.
Oh, you know what? That's because I have it.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you saying there?
All right, so let me just refresh my memory here real quickly. Because we could take action on these as long as you.
This was a Web Circle. Here you go. It's
All right, so
a violation.
keep going, let's see. I'm just trying to remember this one. Was it for fresh, is this the one?
This is becoming less short, Scott.
I'm sorry, I don't remember it. We'll have to do it.
We'll have to do it next meeting. Okay.
I thought I remembered.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
A motion by Jason, do I have a second?
Third. Second,
I think we need a second first, Lois.
Jason,
That's not
Lois.
jumping. All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously.
All right, let's get the tape, hold on, the tapes are going.